Okay, good evening, everyone. I would like to welcome everyone here this evening and those watching on the Town of Greater Napanee's YouTube channel to the regular session of council for December 20th, 2022. We'll now call the meeting to order. And just a reminder, I'd like to remind everyone that the meeting is being live streamed on the town's YouTube channel. We'll look for an adoption of the agenda as amended. We have a recommendation that the agenda of the regular session of council dated December 20th, 2022 be adopted as amended to add bylaws 2022-0093 and 2022-0094 to discuss staff report SR 74-2022 prior to the correspondence for action and discuss the 2023 budget report as the final staff report. I'll be looking for a motion. Councillor Pennell, Councillor Norrie, any comments, questions? All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Next up, is there any disclosure of any pecuniary interest in the general nature thereof? Seeing none, moving on to deputations, and I know we have a deputation from Ms. Hutzler. Come on forward. And I'll just get to state the name for the council chambers.
My name is Rennie.
Okay, go ahead, Rennie.
I'd like to start off with thanking Jessica for clarifying the request to this deputation, along with providing the bylaw procedure of what's being proposed. Our late night shopping party last Friday was a huge success. Thank you, council members, who supported the event and came out. Also, a shout out to the fire department for granting us a burn permit and having volunteers stand up for support. Put out to downtown merchants the next day, asking for a rating on customers and stores. Satisfaction with the event and suggestions for next year. And for the 10 responses we received, we received an 81% success.
Can I just interrupt for a second,
Sure.
Rennie? I think we may be having a problem with your mic.
If you can just reach up to it, there's just a mute button. You need to toggle the switch up.
Button at the top.
Yeah,
sorry.
yeah. You can just toggle that so it's green. Thank you.
I don't have to repeat myself, do I? Okay.
Yeah, sorry about that. I
That's
didn't
okay.
mean to interrupt you. I just wanted to
No
make sure
problem.
we hear it. So
I'm getting to the best part anyways. I find it rather fortuitous that the timing of this deputation to reinstate the BIA comes on the heels of a successful event that was experienced firsthand by most of council. When we look back at prior years, measurable results we have to go back to 2019 records of the BIA. The stats for 2019 are as follows. Our tourism regional impact model gave our signature events an indirect economic impact of $500,000. We made over $12,000 worth of donations to 5 local community groups and charities. We had 600,000 social media impressions. We were only using Facebook and Instagram, so that could be increased easily. We spearheaded the Remembrance Day banner program, participated in the digital Main Street, and helped 47 businesses within the entire municipality on their digital marketing campaigns. Hosted 2 free digital marketing workshops and aided 10 businesses in applying for the 2,500 digital marketing grant. We raised over 95,000 in grants and sponsorship, spent over 20,000 on traditional marketing, keeping Napanee top of mind for all things great. Press releases resulted in $16,500 in free press. All these stats contribute to the strong image of our municipality, the destination to eat, shop, work, and play. We are competing with shopping malls, big box retailers, and e-commerce. We are better prepared as a group with a common purpose and much more effective than as individual shop owners. In conversation with the downtown merchants, a good number of downtown merchants would like to see a BIA for 2023. The BIA model works in terms of governance, purpose, and budgets, and has been the retail membership of choice for Ontario. I have managed to secure 4 new board members thus far. We have a starting budget, and we have all agreed to the following focus. We need to rebuild our relationship with the members of the BIA. We need to maintain the beautification, market ourselves as a destination, and last but not least, get ourselves ready for the Gibber District occupancy, such as the Street Smarts program. What would make the BI different than prior years? I would like to be appointed chair for a period of 2 years. The leadership of a strong and experienced chair is important to the rebuilding of the BIA. My investment in this community is genuine, and I have always taken the view that when my clients are successful, so am I. Procedural bylaws will be followed and adhered to in terms of meeting protocols, publishing of agendas, minutes, and financial transparency. A memorandum of agreement between the BIA and staff will need to be outlined, delineating procedures and responsibilities. And we would advocate on behalf of our membership as a unified voice. According to Jessica's bylaw instructions, reinstating the BIA, once approved by council, will take 60 days. Given today's date, the 2023 budgeting and year-end tasks, I respectfully ask council to consider and motion tonight to reinstate the BIA, and let's begin a new and exciting chapter for the downtown merchants.
Thanks, Renee. If you could just hang tight
Sure.
there. There may be some questions or comments from council. Do we have any questions or comments for Renee? Go ahead, Councilor Martin.
Renee, who are you speaking for tonight? The Downtown Merchants Association, the former BIA, or like a
I'm
group of
s-
store owners, or?
Yes, we've got a number of store owners. I could show you our listing on our postings where we keep everybody informed, but there's right off the top, we've invited people to come and had apologies because they're busy with the Christmas season. But just there, we've had 10 different businesses downtown that support reinstating the BIA.
10?
Yeah.
Okay.
So far.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Go ahead, Councilor Nor.
Hi, Renee. Is your plan just for businesses or landowners as well, or building owners as well as in the past, which was
I
always a
think we're
conflict?
regulated by the bylaw. The membership starts with the owners. I'm not sure when it comes to voting to reinstate this, who's actually involved. I don't know those questions, but based on prior years, the BIA's, our listing is of owners.
Okay, any other questions? Yeah, go ahead, Councilor Shane.
For Rennie and the rest of council, because there's been such turmoil with the BIA over there's numerous years, and then Zalman, I wasn't on council, but Zalman of the BIA. I think we're putting the cart before the horse if we granted the reinstatement of the BIA tonight. Because what we should do is get all our ducks in order, get everybody going to the plate, find out what's working, what isn't working, have a plan of action, then go ahead and do it. But we have to compile that, but to go ahead tonight, to go ahead and approve it, because there's fractions down there. So we're gonna have to put them all, so everybody plays nice in the sandbox. We're gonna go ahead and get all our information together, get everything else, get a plan of action, get everybody involved, what there isn't, because that was the first time I have ever read the rules, procedural bylaws, what Jessica had put out beforehand. And that's, so I'm still learning, and I know there's a lot of council that's going to be learning through this process also. So thank you very much, Reddy, but not tonight. for me.
Okay, not a problem. I had to ask.
Is there anything else? Okay, go ahead, Councilor.
So, and again, I wasn't on council. If I can say that there's two groups, so there's the BIA and then there's the Downtown Merchants, or sorry, the Merchants Association.
Mhm.
I don't know if they use the word downtown. Would it be feasible to ask for the two groups to come together with all of council? And I guess I'm directing this question to Jessica as well, to find the common ground. And if there is a way to have all the merchants involved. So I know that the BIA is delineated by very specific geographical area.
Mhm.
So for instance, Santorini's have invested in a patio, et cetera, but they're not part of the area. But they're a great little restaurant, live music, outdoor dining, close to the waterfront. They should be included. I think, I've never spoken to them about it, but I think they should be included. Is there a way to do that?
I believe there is
If there is a way to
for the
expand
boundaries,
the boundaries.
Yeah. but it's also a procedural.
Right, it is a
Issue.
procedural and it
Yeah.
has to be done through council.
Yeah.
But are you amenable to that if in the new year?
Of course,
Okay.
of course.
So can we work on that, Jessica, finding a date or?
And if I may, before Jessica speaks, but I know that in late November, the previous council had asked for a staff report with respect to the BIA. And I know me personally, with respect to the BIA, I've, at our last council meeting, I believe it was, that I guaranteed or I wanted to ensure the public that we are going to work on this and we're going to work on this diligently because our downtown businesses are very important. And I think this isn't something that we can kind of put on the shelf and get to it when we get to it. So I know staff is working diligently at providing a report. I don't know if we'll have a report by January, but I'm sure that if we don't have a report by January, we can get at least an update as to what the status is. It's very important. And like I say, I don't think it's something that we can sit on our hands to do. We've got to find a way to make this thing work. Like I say, it's important for our downtown core and it's important for our store owners and property owners to make this thing work. So you can let Jessica comment further if she wants.
Through your worship, I will speak just specifically to that question of can we have a meeting? If we want all of council in the room and council wants to have discussions that might move this forward, that does need to be a special meeting of council with only one item of business.
Okay.
But that's certainly something we could look at scheduling and provide dates. A special meeting can be requested by either all of council, a majority of council, or the mayor. So,
Okay, I feel that it's very important that all of us as a new council be together in the same room with the groups in question. I don't know if having a meeting with 100 people in the audience. I don't know, Rennie, if you can come and speak as the spokesperson with your concerns and ideas, and we could ask, I believe it's Ron Yeomans, who represents the Merchants Association. If you're willing and he's willing and council's willing, I think it's a good idea, and sooner rather than later with the report, of course.
And I don't disagree with the Councillor Dix. I mean, I think this is important. I guess what I in my world or in my perfect world, I would like to see the report come back as to where have we been and where realistically are we going to go? Because like I say, this, I know in the previous term of council, we tried and we've tried and we tried and we've tried and failed and tried and failed. I don't want to try and fail again. I want to make sure this works. So I think it might be prudent if a detailed report from staff comes back with respect to where have we been, how do we get here, and realistically, where can we go? I'm a firm believer that I do believe it should be a committee of council. I think it can work, but I just want to make sure that we've got all our ducks in a row to make sure it does work. I don't want it to fail again. So
The BIA model works. It does work. And to be totally transparent in this discussion as to the discussion, and I have no problem with that, Angela. Sorry, I was counselor. As in any group, there's going to be dissenters. And it's been identified, an identifiable person has been a dissenter for many, many years. So if we want to accommodate, sure, no problem. We'll speak to as a group. But holding our hands and helping us to get along. We've got the rules of the pool. This is what our mandate is. This is how we're going to go forward. It's managed by a board. If you want to participate, sure, come on board. But that model is already set, that it really truly is set. And I also believe we've been given so little consideration for the last 8 months in terms of communication. And I'm a little upset about that. There's been no communication and no effort has been made to communicate with the members except for that one group and actually just that one person. And it's been up to him to pass it on. So as long as we get a fair shake and as long as we're listened to, I'd like to be part of the discussion as a staff report. But we haven't been part of any discussions up until now.
And I can appreciate that, Rennie, and I can assure you that moving forward, I think you will be, as everyone that has a vested interest in that. Like I say, I think what's important here is we get everybody on this council, because we have a new group here, everybody caught up to where we are, or where we have been, and then we know where we're going to move forward. So I guess I think that's the best way to go.
Okay.
I can assure you that we're going to do that extremely sooner than later. And I don't know if Mr. Pinson can give us, because I know like I say, I know we've asked for a report back in November. So I'm guessing that probably things are already in motion.
So I think, your worship, to council, and it's in the budget document tonight, where we are looking for council's direction in terms of how we want to deal with, let's just call it the downtown, as opposed to an association or a group of businesses. Because quite frankly, I think where we're at is, whether it's a BIA, whether it's a group of individuals, I think we need to start at what the problem we're trying to solve, what do we need to do? There's several different ways of cracking this nut. Quite frankly, the town with funding could do a lot of the things that the BIA did. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. This is stuff that's in this document tonight that we're going to discuss. And I think based on that, staff would go away and then propose potential solutions to what we could do in the new year.
And I'm assuming that would be sooner than later. Like I
Yes.
say, we don't
Well,
want
this is the intent of tonight, is to get to these issues sooner rather than later, so we can start moving forward.
because it is important. It really is. And like I said, we just can't.
Yeah.
In my humble opinion anyways. So
Did I understand that there is a staff recommendation coming through tonight? Is that what you're saying?
there was. sorry,
What
go
we're
ahead.
in the, and I'm not sure which slide it is, but we're asking council's direction in terms of how we're interacting with the downtown core, what we're doing in terms of that group, because there are different ways of doing it. You could have a BIA that does a whole bunch of stuff, or you could have a municipality funded through a special area levy that says the merchants pay for bright lights, they pay for beautification, they pay for this, and then all of your marketing activities and your sidewalk sales, you do that yourselves. So it's deciding where, and this is a common theme in terms of last year a bit, where does the municipality intersect with other organizations in the town of Greater Napanee? So is it the merchants do it? Do we do part of it? How is it funded? These are all questions that need to be answered. And there's ways of doing it. It's just, which direction do we take?
And those decisions won't be made tonight. I think tonight's process is to generate that conversation to say,
Okay.
this is what we want to do, or this is how we can do it, or we've got a number of options here, but we're actively working on it for sure. So.
Okay. I still think that the downtown merchants should be involved in this process. We haven't been yet. We are the experts of running our businesses. Town staff is not. We look at people like Mrs. Lucas. How many years does she have? I've got 7 years at Lansing. Yefta has, 15 plus years at Starlet. And if we were to add up the years of experience, we know what has to be done. And I think we should be given a voice to express that.
I'm sure that you will be. I think we'd be foolish if we didn't give you a voice. So, proof is in the pudding from last weekend, right? I think it was a marvelous event. I think it was very successful. I haven't seen all the numbers on it, but I think it worked, right? So,
It was
and there was a lot of
very
volunteer hours from folks that are downtown. So, we're gonna make this thing work, Rennie.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank
one
you.
way or the other, it's gonna work, so.
All right.
Is there any other comments or questions for Ms. Hustler? No? Okay, we'll
you.
look for a motion to note and receive the deputation of Rennie Hutzler. Counselor Hicks, Counselor Martin, all in favor? Opposed, carried. And thanks again, Rennie.
Okay.
Okay, 5.1, regular session of council, adoption of the minutes. We have a recommendation that the minutes of the regular session of council dated the November 8th, 2022 be adopted as presented. And once again, I think if we could get the mover and the seconder to be someone from the Counselor Nori, Counselor Pennell. Any comments or questions? All in favor? Opposed? Carried. 5.2, special session of council, December 6, 2022. We have a recommendation that the minutes of the special session of council dated December 6, 2022 be adopted as presented. Counselor Hicks, Deputy Mayor Calver. Comments, questions? All in favor? Opposed? Carried. 6.1, correspondence for information. We have a recommendation that the correspondence for information items dated December 20th be received. I know that all on council have had an opportunity to look at those. Is there anything anybody wants to have pulled out or spoken to? I'll look for a mover and seconder first. Counselor Pennell, Counselor Hicks. Is there anything anybody wants removed or spoken with respect to that or no? Yeah, go ahead, Counselor Pennell.
Thanks, through your worship. I think that the only one, and then we're going to be dealing with it next, would be the loyalist, but
Yes.
maybe also the Conservation Authority, item number 13.
Okay.
Support. Any conservation? I'll have to reread it too if it doesn't make sense to do that, but. Or we can just leave it alone.
Queen Conservation Rebuild 23.
Yeah, so I can just, we'll just leave that one alone because
I think we're
it'll
gonna,
it'll be taken care of with the loyalist as well, so.
I think we're gonna have a fairly fulsome conversation with respect to Bill 23.
Yeah,
So,
okay.
okay. Okay, all in favor of the motion? Opposed, carried. 6.2, correspondence for action. 6.2.1, I think what we'll do is, we have a recommendation that council receive for information the growth and expansion bill 109 and bill 23 impacts report. We'll look for a motion. Counselor Pennell, Counselor Nori, and Michael, you're up.
Thank you, worship. I'm not sure, would you like me to do a sort of overview of the report, or did you want to just jump right into kind of questions back and forth?
Well, I think it'd probably be beneficial to have an overview of the report if you don't mind, and then we can get into the question and answer.
Excellent. Okay, thank you, worship. So Bill 109 was introduced in 2022. It's coming into force in effect come January 1st. This is really pushing municipalities to make very timely decisions, or else we will be subject to mandatory refunds of planning application fees back to applicants. These are particular for zoning bylaw amendment applications and site plan control applications. So the Planning Act currently outlines timelines for when municipalities need to deem applications complete, when they need to be making decisions, or else we would be subject to appeal to the OLT by the applicant. Oftentimes we're not making those decisions, exactly on those days. However, there's good progress being made. The applicant sees that it's very unlikely that there is an appeal in the town. Typically, that's more applicable to larger centers where they're very challenging applications to be dealt with. Oftentimes, there's some technical matters to be addressed. We're dealing with them. We don't often get that appeal. However, what this bill is doing is requiring us to refund application fees to applicants. So that will have a significant budgetary implication if we are not able to meet those decision timelines. The Bill 23, that's essentially the crux of Bill 109, as it will impact the municipality. There were also some additional items brought into effect by the province. But The more challenging bill that we're going to be dealing with is Bill 23. This has the effect and is currently in force. The effect of allowing up to 3 units per urban residential property. So this does not extend into rural lands. So these need to be properties that are connected to municipal water and sewer. So at this time, anybody is able to install a secondary unit in their house and install a essentially a coach house or a garden suite detached structure on the property to a total of 1 principal unit, 1 secondary unit in the house, and 1 unit in an ancillary structure. So 3 units per property. The Planning Act has completely overridden every municipality's zoning bylaw in the province. So even, for example, our bylaw does permit a secondary unit within the house today. However, we do not yet permit, a garden suite, for example. So this overrides that, and people can come in at any point in time, get a building permit to construct that garden suite in their rear yard. Those structures will be regulated as accessory structures within our zoning bylaws, so they will need to comply with heights and setbacks and such and lot coverage. But we are not able to withhold a permit if they're able to meet those necessary setbacks for the use of a garden suite, for example. We can't set minimum areas for those, and we can only require 1 parking space per unit. Right now, we require 2 parking spaces for the principal unit and 1 parking space for the secondary unit. This has the effect of essentially being in line with that, where you can only require 1 space per the secondary unit and 1 space for the garden suite. So you have a house, you have a townhouse, you have a semi, you have a single attached. All you need to provide are 4 parking spaces on that property to accommodate these 3 units. So we see challenges with that at a staff level. Certainly there's going to be more than just 4 vehicles if there's, a full house, full secondary unit, and full garden suite, for example. So it's going to be challenging for us to deal with. The province repealed third-party appeals on consent applications and minor variance applications. So the items that we were just dealing with in committee of adjustment previously, if people, third parties, meaning neighbors, if they had submitted comment or spoke to the committee before making an application and they were aggrieved by the decision of the committee, they could appeal that decision to the OLT for a hearing and a final decision by the OLT. That is no longer allowed. People are still able to come and speak to the committee before a decision is made. However, they are no longer able to appeal these decisions. We regulate larger developments through site plan control. So that is where we require drawings, reports, specifications to ensure that developments are able to meet applicable guidelines, bylaws, laws, regulations, et cetera. The aspect for site plan control for residential developments for any proposals less than or equal to 10 units is entirely removed. So if somebody were to propose a 10-unit apartment building, they're completely exempt from that requirement. They just apply for a building permit, make sure that their zoning is compliant, and they move forward. Architectural details, landscape details, those are removed from the scope of our review now. So we cannot overimpose any, beautification of the properties, unfortunately now. Oftentimes people like to do that anyway, as to make their property as appealing as possible for their renters. But this is not something that we can require of applicants as a result of this bill. There are new caps on parkland conveyance. They've been significantly reduced. There's exemptions for nonprofit housing and affordable housing from having to provide for parkland for developments. We haven't seen a whole lot of that in the town. So it's not likely that we're going to be too much impacted by that specifically. However, it is a possibility we could see a large development where there is planned affordable housing. We're going to be challenged with getting a decent amount of parkland through those types of proposals. These second and third units are permitted as of right. They're exempt from parkland dedication as well. And we have to, any parkland monies that we receive through subdivision approvals or site plan approvals, we have to allocate or spend 60% of that reserve fund every year. So if we're not able to build up a big bank, we have to allocate or spend those monies. That is now a requirement. As it relates to development charges, so the new development charges that were just recently passed are now at an 80% discount for the first year. That's a requirement. They then increase in 5% increments year over year until year 5, where they hit the 100% mark. So we're going to be collecting 80% of what we had anticipated to collect. Affordable, attainable nonprofit units are fully exempt from DC payments, as well as second and third additional units on properties are fully exempt. And again, we will have to allocate, similar to Parkland, we will have to allocate 60% of any reserve funds that we have for our water, our wastewater, and our roads reserve accounts that we have that from our collection of DCs as it relates to those specific areas of study. So we haven't fully wrapped our head around what that means. I think we can allocate it, meaning, put it towards a future budget, say, but that amount of money needs to be allocated and earmarked for a specific project on a yearly basis. We can't build up a very large bank, unfortunately. And conservation authorities are another major component of Bill 23 was the removal of permitting requirements within regulated areas. So if there are modifications to shoreline areas and modifications to wetlands that people would like to make, the conservation authorities are not allowed to require permits. However, those still need to be approved under the Planning Act. So for example, if we have an EP zoned wetland, which all of our wetlands are zoned EP, nobody could theoretically do anything because they would be contravening our zoning bylaw. So it's kind of a two-pronged approach now. We need to have our zoning in place, and the Conservation Authority needs to issue a permit for anybody to do work within their regulated areas. There's still a level of control through our zoning bylaw, but we don't have that additional level of comfort per se that the Conservation Authority currently requires. So that component is not yet in effect. However, when the Minister of Natural Resources and Forestry brings in a regulation to implement that, then it will become in force. So currently there's no change today for the way conservation authorities operate, but it's coming very soon. There's one single regulation proposed for all conservation authorities province-wide. Right now, there are specific regulations for each one, and they're very much limited in their abilities to comment on our planning applications. So right now, we use our conservation authorities for opinions and reviews on natural heritage features such as woodlands and wetlands, ecological features, stormwater management, and hydrogeological review services, commenting on environmental impact studies. That is going to be completely clawed back, and we will need to look for outside assistance to provide those services to us, unfortunately. So we'll be pounding the pavement to try and find some professionals to more or less get on retainer to undertake those areas of study that the conservation authorities are currently providing. So that's that in a nutshell is the implications of Bill 23 as it relates to the town. There were other components that are more geared towards the GTA in Western Ontario that are not applicable to the town of Greater Napanee, so I didn't include that in the report. We've got, in staff's mind, we have some ways that we can deal with these fee refunds, modifying our current processes, having discussions with developers before application to say, we both understand that these are not realistic timelines to make full decisions on given the legislation that has been passed. But we're confident that we can make this work. But what I wanted to do was get this in front of council and get the full picture of how these two bills will impact our operations while we're having this discussion about the budget at the same meeting. So I just wanted to get this in front of council this evening. We can have a discussion. And if there are any specific questions about how we can deal with these bills or any further implications, and I'd certainly be open to having a discussion about that. And with that, I'd be open to taking any questions.
Thank you, Michael. Do we have any questions or comments from council? Yeah, go ahead, Councilor Harris.
Through your worship. Michael, you said something about there's $0 in development charges for affordable accessible housing. So if somebody comes in and they say, we're going to put in 20 units and it's affordable, it's cinder block, there's no beautification on the property, it's bare bones. We collect nothing for that. We have to run all the infrastructure. The town is footing the bill for all of the infrastructure to go to the building. And then in 5 years, they put new siding on, plant flowers, jack the rent, and it's no longer affordable housing. Are there any provisions for, is there a time frame? Because, I can see people taking advantage of this if there's nothing, there's no precautions.
Certainly. So within the provisions of the act, there's a requirement that the proponent and the municipality enter into an agreement to be registered on title, that the rent or price per unit shall be at 80% of the current market rate. So there is that level of control that, we have a legal binding agreement that says this individual will be setting rent at 80% of market value. That is the definition in Planning Act and the Development Charges Act, that's the definition of affordable housing or attainable housing. It's 80% of market rate, but it's through the implementation of an agreement between the proponent and the municipality to ensure that actually occurs.
But can the municipality say it will remain affordable housing for 15 years?
Sorry, the cap is 25 years.
Okay, perfect. Okay, that's what I need to know. So after 25 years, they can do whatever they want.
Potentially.
Okay, thanks. Any other comments or questions? Go ahead, Councilor Martin.
Thank you, Mayor. Michael, the outside assistance that you're talking about because of the bill, that bill 23 is enormous. I put 90 some odd pages. I think I read it 5 times and I still didn't understand the whole thing, and I still don't tonight. But the outside assistance you're talking about, keeping somebody on a retainer, are you suggesting that we have like additional staff that is knowledgeable in like they're going to be taking over some of the Ministry of Natural Resources influence on what we do? Like, I mean, I think we have a pretty knowledgeable staff, and we have like 7 people who can make pretty good decisions on things, but the town could be at some liability if we grant something without getting advice on certain things. So I'm just curious exactly what you're kind of recommending as far as when you say outside assistance, maybe keep somebody on retainer or whatever.
Through your worship, yeah, just to clarify that point, the conservation authorities provide a certain raft of services now.
Yeah.
With them not being able to provide those comments, we would need to look to some other entity, whether it's a third-party ecologist or an engineering firm or hydrogeologist. All of the scopes of comment and review that the conservation authorities provide, yes, we would be looking for outside assistance to assist us in reviewing applications, technical matters as it relates to what the conservation authorities assist us with currently. So it wouldn't be, I wouldn't recommend that we hire a hydrogeologist, for example. We don't always get a review for a hydrogeological study or an environmental impact assessment. When we get those types of submissions through, to support planning applications, when we need to engage somebody, a third-party expert in those areas of study, we're able to essentially bill back to the applicant those costs. So
We can bill that back?
we bill that back currently. It's built into our planning fees bylaw
And we'll still
currently.
be able to in the future, not because of this bill?
That is correct. We would still be able to,
My
however.
interpretation is we couldn't add costs onto.
Is-
But that's okay.
Yeah, we're still looking through that component with our legal experts, but the fees that we would be incurring, potentially we would need to give those back, right? So we can still, as long as we're making a decision within that allotted time frame, and we get these fees and we build them back, as long as we make a decision by that cutoff date, then we wouldn't be subject to that refund provision, essentially, under Bill 109.
So they're eliminating the cost of the Conservation Authority, but now we're gonna add costs back in.
Correct.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, go ahead, Counselor Hicks.
Through your worship. So the conservation authorities as a whole are nonpartisan. Their customer or client, if you will, is the environment, correct?
Correct.
So if the developer, or the proponent is looking to do something wrong, that's our stop. That's who we rely on to say, no, this isn't good for the environment. So basically, this bill is throwing that out the window, and you can get into a legal wrangle with two experts, one paid for by the town who says, no, you can't do it, one paid for by the developer, and then there's no appeal. The developer wins. That's basically.
Potentially.
Okay.
Potentially. So if a proponent has their expert
Mhm.
furnish a report that says what we want to do is supportable, whatever it is, our third party reviewer could review that, pick that apart and say, absolutely not, I disagree on these, on this basis. We could get in a bit of they could get in a bit of a back and forth per se, until they come to a conclusion. Our staff recommendation would be based on what our third party reviewer yields as a result of their review. So the permitting that is going by the wayside for the conservation authorities, if somebody applies to remove an EP zoning on a wetland and they want to develop within the wetland, well, we have some level of control through our zoning.
Mhm.
And that third party expert can assist us in that, right? However, we're not,
Sorry, go ahead, Michael. Sorry.
we're not used to dealing with that. The conservation authorities do that for us.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So I guess what I'm saying is if our third party says, no, this isn't a good idea, the staff recommendation is no, veto it and don't allow the developer to do this, or the proponent. Can they appeal that decision? And what is the likelihood that the appeal will go in their favor?
Yeah, through your worship, yes. So that could happen. So if our review yields that we don't support that,
Mhm.
we deny the application, the developer could appeal, then it goes to a hearing, then it very much is a legal battle in front of the OLT. And our legal team, working with our expert in the field, would defend the decision against the developer and their expert in the field.
But
It would-
based on the way things are going at the provincial level, it's likely going to go in the favor of the proponent.
That's how it's looking.
That's how it's looking. Okay. Nothing further. Thanks.
Counselor Martin.
Thank you, Mayor. Michael, so our single family areas, single family residential now is going to be a 3-unit area everywhere. Can we still not say, like, for instance, the new subdivision up there west on Bridge Street, where there's $1 million homes literally now. We have no say about somebody having 3 units in that single family house on that small lot. Nothing,
Nothing.
nothing within our rules or.
Our level of control is to ensure that they are able to meet the parking requirements. All the province says is municipalities, thou shall allow these units, and thou shall only require 1 parking space per unit. That's it.
So they can pave over their lawns in the front, the entire thing with pavement, and have 3.
We have a level of control in that respect. So there are still zoning compliance requirements that need to be adhered to.
Right.
So height of the building, size of the building, how much of your property you can cover in buildings, how much needs to be green space, those sort of things. Those will still remain in effect from our reading of the regulations. There are conflicting comments from different authorities stating otherwise. Our legal opinions that we've received are that we need to allow these units. However, if they are not able to meet the specific performance standards set in place, then that's the level of control that we have to say, you don't meet zoning, so you can't do it. However, we're hard pressed to say that. A lot of the developments and a lot of the lots today will be able to accommodate them. The biggest issue is going to be parking, I foresee. So for example, the Millhouse Yard subdivision, it's going to be very tricky to get 4 parking spots on those properties. I could see maybe 1 additional parking space. That's it. So a lot of those will be either a secondary unit within the basement or within the main building, or 1 ancillary structure on the property. I really can't foresee in that subdivision in particular 3 units per property, just given that parking requirement. But the Westbridge Estates subdivision, there is likely ample parking to be able to make 3 units per property happen there.
And getting away from the urban part of it, my concern when I was reading through that Bill 23, and it pertained to wetlands and farmland, erosion of farmland, like we're not going to have as much control over either, according to my interpretation of that bill when I read it. Like, I mean, there's so many implications in that bill. And that's why I said we should have been we should be supporting Loyalist Township's letter that, there should have been more consultation, but the bill's already in effect, basically.
Mhm.
I don't know what we can do about it or whether it does any good to even support, but I thought because it's our neighbor Loyalist, we should be supporting them in their letter to the province. But I now that I'm looking at it and thinking about it, and I'm not so sure it's going to do any good to even do that now. We're almost being dictated to by the province. The needs of Toronto down here again, as Mike Schenk mentioned earlier tonight on something else, but anyway, it's just my rambling thoughts. So.
Thanks, Bill. Yeah, go ahead, Ann.
One further question.
One further question, yeah.
Have we had anyone approach the planning department since this has come out?
We had a handful of individuals that have been eager to install a garden suite, for example. Oftentimes it's been, parents, in-laws that are getting elderly. They want to be close to their family. They don't want to be in the same house. They want to be on the same property. They would like to establish a garden suite.
Totally understand.
Yeah, those are the instances that we've seen. Excuse me. Staff see it as a potentially cost prohibitive, right? You're essentially building another house on your property. It's going to get very costly rather than converting a portion of the existing house, right? That's far less costly than building a new house. What this does, though, is it opens up the ability to have tiny homes, dubbed as tiny homes, those very small homes on properties. We can't set a minimum size to these units. They're entirely regulated by the building code. So the building code says, every bedroom needs to be a certain area in size, number of windows, insulation values, et cetera. Kitchens need to be a certain size, window requirements, et cetera.
Right.
Based on all of those necessary rooms in a house, you get a minimum size, and that can be your minimum size of a house as a tiny house. A lot of the time these tiny houses are exceeding that bare minimum, but they're not much more. So we've had some interest in establishing those since the bill has come out. But oftentimes it's been for family related purposes. We've had a lot of interest actually in the rural area too. So on larger lots for the same purpose. Not a lot of interest for strictly rental purposes, but really it's been the interest that we've heard has been for family related reasons.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Go ahead, Councilor Brunel.
Through your worship, thank you. Mike, was there an order of operations to this, whereas the first residence and then the second residence needs to be in the home before the carriage house can be built?
There's no ability for us to say, there has to be a principal residence established first, full stop. The secondary unit in the house doesn't have to precede the garden suite or vice versa.
Okay, thanks. And just another question.
Go ahead.
What happens to the developments that we have ongoing, which are still in the paper form right now? The ground hasn't been broke. Will this affect them at all?
Yes, it would. So this is for existing lots and future lots. So
Okay.
this will give that permission again, but they will need to meet those zoning compliance requirements around parking and green space, et cetera.
I'm sorry, maybe I had it in my head and I didn't say it right, but I mean, for the developments that we have, like say some of the, what can I say, how can I say this now? Yes, some of the subdivisions, thank you. With the timeframes and stuff that we already have on the books, is this where they're still in the paper form where they haven't broke ground yet? Is this gonna affect them at all?
As it relates to Bill 109 and the refund requirements?
Yes, sorry.
Oh, okay. So if decisions have been made, then no. My reading of the bill is that if we're currently underway with a review of an application, it's based on when the application is deemed complete. So hard to turn back the clock, right? So I foresee it as new applications as of January 1st coming through the door. That's my reading of it.
Okay.
So any new applications coming in the door as after January 1st, we need to fall within these timelines or else we're subject to refund requirements.
Okay, so with our past history, you say we can't turn back the clock, I respect that. With our past history and the timelines that we've taken on some of these subdivisions, that would have put us in the refund, wouldn't it?
Absolutely would.
Yeah, okay. thank you.
Absolutely. Yeah. So we're looking at ways, through your worship, we're looking at ways to kind of shift around the review to front end it, do a fulsome review prior to deeming complete, then it doesn't start the clock, right? The clock starts when we deem an application fully complete. We have everything we need to make a decision. Oftentimes we see, okay, here are all the studies that we requested, deem it complete, start our review process. During that review process, we find, well, this is insufficient. Give us more information. We'll front end that level of review prior to deeming complete and then be able to make more fulsome decisions. If we're still coming up against the clock on making a decision, we can likely have conversations with developers and say, we're coming up against the clock. We really don't want to see a refund here. We're going to deny you, but just reapply the next day and we'll carry on, right? From the conversations I've had, there hasn't been any pushback locally from that perspective. People want to see decisions. They don't want to get in front of the OLT and be subject to 8, 9, 10 months of waiting for a hearing, then have a hearing and then wait many more months to get a decision. A lot of developers want to work with the municipality to get a final decision, right? Rather than dealing with these refunds and appealing a non-decision and such. So I think we'll be able to make this work, but we're going to be hard pressed with existing staffing at the moment to deal with all of this.
Thank you. Any further questions, comments? No, thanks, Mike. For me anyways, that was extremely helpful to explain everything. The only question I had was who defines affordable and attainable? But I think we answered that through Angela there, so I'm good with that. So we've got a motion on the floor. Look, I can read it again, or we can just vote on it if everybody's good with it. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thanks again, Mike. 6.2.2 Loyalist Township Resolution 2022.1.26 Rebill 23 excerpted from the correspondence for information for request by Councilor Martin. Recommendation that the correspondence from Loyalist Township dated December 13, 2022 read the repeal Bill 23 be received, and further that the Council of the Town of Greater Napanee supports the resolution from Loyalist Township to request a repeal of Bill 23 until such time as a fulsome consultation can take place with Ontario's municipalities and other relevant stakeholders and further that this resolution be circulated to the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, the Association of the Municipalities of Ontario, the Honorable Doug Ford, Premier of Ontario, and all Ontario municipalities. I'll look for a motion. Councillor Pennell, Councillor Martin. Did you want to speak to it, Councillor Martin?
Just briefly, like I say, both those bills affect municipalities like us and loyalists everywhere. And I was just trying to, like that bill come out October 25th. So it's like the day after the election. So we're just now getting to, like I said, now that I got thinking about it, I'm not so sure I mean, I think it's good to support our neighbor. That's all. I guess basically that's why I suggested that. Support them in their application with that letter to the province. That's all. That's my reasoning for doing it. So.
Okay, thank you. Any other comment? Go ahead, Councillor Pennell.
Thank you, through your worship. I think it's very important for us to support this. It's best to support than not to, even though we're thinking about it, we're having a conversation about it. So we should at least support them. Who knows? You know, it might be a little bit too late. It might be a moot point right now, but yeah, hopefully that Mr. Ford opens this letter and reads it and reads all the other ones from all the other municipalities that are also having the same concerns. So I think that it is very important for us to support it.
Anybody else? All in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried. 7, unfinished business. I don't think we have any unfinished business and I know of anyways. So moving forward, we have activity reports. I think we'll call upon 8.1, which is community and corporate services. Mr. Zetterberg.
Your worship, nothing additional to add, available for any questions.
We've all got the report. Does anybody have any questions of Mr. Zetterberg with respect to the community and corporate services activity report? Councillor Shank, go ahead.
As you can see, I don't know if this is the first meeting, Brent, so I'd like to see more things done in the community. Like, you know what I mean? Like we put out the figurines, all right, at the last minute, but you know, now COVID is kind of waning, but are we having, like, is there functions that are going to happen like for the downtown or out at the SPC and more community functions, more involvement, you know what I mean? You know, like are we going to have a winterlude, like a winter fest, a chili fest this year, like we used to have in the past, or any of those functions going to happen? Just more community events, because I just don't see any. So is something going to happen there? Are we going to have a report of what whoever's in charge of that planning to have some community events?
Through your worship, over the last few years, we've shifted our focus away from us delivering those events to encouraging community groups to step forward and host those events. We've had some success for that. However, we're still coming out of COVID. So we have refocused in that we are not the programmers, we are the facilitators of the programs.
Go ahead, Mike.
The rest is a closed session for staff.
If I may, I think the place where we want to get to is we have a common understanding of what the expectations are, right? Because every time there's figurines be put up, there's lights be put up, there's pylons be put up. You don't hire staff to do that, right? So you're pulling staff away from their job to do so. We're more than happy to do it, but as the folks that actually deliver those essential services, we would have to then look at, you know, how do you do that and do your other job as well. But I think the key thing is have a common understanding around what the expectations are, and then we figure out how we do it.
So can I
Go ahead, Mike.
just respond to that? So just going through the organizational chart that I got in December 6th, we have the same staff that we had in previous years, if not a lot more. So therefore, we had those functions in the past. So as a community, if somebody doesn't spearhead it And I've done, I don't know how many recreational events over the years where, oh yeah, I say, hey, guys, let's go ahead and do this. And 40 people said, yeah, well, I'll help you. And the day of the function, maybe 6 people are there. But if we don't spearhead as a municipality, this is my own thought of spearheading a certain amount of functions or a certain, like, it brought me joy when you'd see all the kids playing hockey here on in the parking lot. You know what I mean? They had a ball, and then everybody would do a pot of chili or whatever. And there was amount of people that would go into those events. So since we have that staff that did it beforehand, I think we should reallocate what they were doing to go more back and do more community. You know, I'm not saying every single week, but all I'm saying is spearhead something to get the community involved, in certain areas and stuff like that. That's just my thought. I don't know if it's up to all the other council, but if you wanted guidance of where we should maybe do things, I'm a firm believer of, having some of those functions. We used to have pork roasts in the south all the time. They were extremely well intended, and some of those events like that, but the Chili Fest and the Winter Festival, and the kids playing hockey, Christmas festival with the school, look how many people were there. It was packed in standing room. And it was a joy to my heart to see the little kids singing and doing whatever they could. But having more events like that where families could be a participate, I think it's to help to grow the community also.
Yeah. Is there anybody else, or just, I'll speak briefly just to Mike's point, is the use of volunteers. I know we have a very giving community. Is the use of volunteers for some of these things applicable, attainable? And just to use the lighted figurines, is that something that volunteers could be doing or should be doing, or?
Your worship, and that's the focus of staff is to locate and encourage volunteers to step forward on some of these initiatives for the community. So what's been happening with some of the events that we've had in the past is that there would have been 2 or 3 staff members involved in the event with a large group of volunteers. But what's been happening with many organizations across community is that those volunteers are disappearing. What's happening is that there's then only the 2 or 3 staff left to deliver the program. And that's where we're running into issues, is that we don't have the resources to continue it without the volunteers in place.
So Brent, if you could have whoever's in charge of it, come up with some ideas, set up a plan, see what we can do. Then we'll see if we can get the volunteers as counselors and other things. I don't mind donating my time, and I know quite a few other individuals, but if we had somebody to spearhead it, you know what I mean? Or saying, hey, let's do this function. You know what I mean? What do you think, guys? Is all council behind it? Does it fit with all the needs and wants of the municipality? And go from that. So I leave it to everybody else too. So.
Okay, thanks. Thanks, Mike. I think it is important to our community. It really is. We're a small town, and the involvement in the community is second to none. And there's some groups, organizations that seem to be very well learned or are very good at it. It's just a matter of finding those people, I guess, and getting them involved. Maybe, I don't know. But thanks, Mike, for bringing it up. Is there any other conversations or questions of Mr. Zetterberg? If not, we'll move on to 8.2, activity report, emergency services, December 20th, 2022. Chief Ham.
Through your worship, I have nothing to add to the report, but I am willing for questions.
Is there any questions or comments for Chief Hammond? Yeah, go ahead, Councilor Martin, sorry.
Just, I didn't like your weather report today.
Don't shoot the messenger.
That's all. Thanks.
Anything else? No, I guess the only thing that jumps out at me, Bill, and I know we've talked about it in the past, is when you look at the chart for emergency services and the member responses, we don't fight fires anymore, or it doesn't seem to be anyways. Maybe it's just a blip in the radar screen, but we have a lot of other calls, like medical calls are 25, vehicle collisions, I don't think we can get away with, but
No, through your worship, you're not wrong. We do respond to a lot of incidents where either a fire has happened and has been put out. We can't categorize those as fires, so they don't come up statistically accurate in that matter. However, we're legislated under the FPPA to do a lot of other things, and it's set up, our reports actually set up in public education inspections and then responses. And if we're doing our job properly, there should be less fires.
yeah, and I think that's good and that's important. Like I say, I guess the concern is we seem to be going to more medical calls than we do fires. So I don't know if there's any way of fixing that or not, but it's just a comment at this point. So
Thank you.
any other questions? If not, we'll move on to activity report 8.3 financial services with Mr. Dauber, I think.
Thank you, Mayor Richardson. I don't have anything else to add, but again, as others, I'm here for questions.
Any questions or comments for Mr. Dauber? Seeing none, we'll move on to 8.4 growth and expansion. I believe Mr. Nobes is back up to the floor again. Sorry about that, Mike.
Through your worship, nothing to add, but as the others, available for any questions.
Any questions or comments from anybody? Yeah, go ahead, Councilor Shank.
I've already got the answer from Mike, so I'm just bringing this to everybody up. During the election, there was it wasn't even in my ward, but along Old Hamburg Road, because there's a subdivision going beside the golf course. All right, there was, now you know what I was going to, what I'm going to ask is a lot of people have very poor to meet, not great wells along there. So since it's so close to the limestone, so when the new subdivision is going in, they're putting their infrastructure. They have some major concerns about what happens if because there's about 50 houses through there, and then what happens if our well goes dry? Because it's all on fractured limestone. They start blasting, they lose the aquifer, whose responsibility it is to go ahead and get them water. All right. And I sure don't, because it's the developer that's going ahead and is going to be profiting from this. I do not want the municipality to be on the hook to go ahead and start supplying water and drilling new wells or putting the water line out there. So when I asked this question beforehand, Mike answered this.
Through your worship, that a condition of draft plan approval was that a hydrogeological report per phase of the development be furnished and reviewed by the municipality, accepted by the municipality. And if there are any remedial measures that would need to be taken prior to the development proceeding, that such report provide those recommendations and that they be implemented through final plan approval.
Okay, perfect. Any other questions, comments? If not, we'll move on to 8.5 infrastructure services, Mr. Defoe.
Your worship, available for any questions.
Is there any questions or comments for Pete? Seeing none, we'll move on to 8.6 legislative services. I guess that's for you, Jessica.
Again, through your worship, no comments, but I can take questions.
Yep, go ahead, Councilor Pennell.
Thank you, through your worship, Madam Clerk. I noticed that the Frontenac bylaw services contract will be done as of December 31st. And I'm just wondering what will be in place between then and whatever council decides to do throughout our budgetary timelines. Do we need to sign another contract with them, or are they gone, or can we hire them for a month-to-month basis? Anything along those lines?
Through your worship, currently and pending any direction from council through the budgetary process, our intention is that that contract does end on December 31st, and our full-time bylaw enforcement officer will adjust her hours to try to offset some of what we will lose from Frontenac not providing the parking and other bylaw enforcement. It is a slower time of year for yards and those kind of complaints because everything's covered by snow. So we're hopeful that we can manage that within staffing, but that is tentatively the plan pending any different direction from council.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, did you say that our bylaw will not be doing the parking restrictions?
No, sorry, to clarify, our grass cutting and yard cleanup orders go way down, so she will have the time to focus on parking
Okay, great.
through the winter months.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Yeah, go ahead, Councilor Hicks.
So when the snow melts, what will the plan be?
Well, we are hoping that the target for budget adoption is March 14th, and we're hoping that we have some clearer direction in the lead up to that from council as to what we're doing, if we need to RFP for another service contract, or if we're going to be looking at expanding our staffing. We're hoping to get those answers through the budget process.
Because I do remember in a previous discussion, a lot of what is handled by bylaw is reactive as opposed to proactive. And that's due to a staffing issue.
Through your worship, that is two things. Partly it's staffing. We don't have the sufficient staffing to be doing active patrols on a regular basis, particularly out in our rural areas where it's quite a significant drive time to go do that. And part of that is council priority. The priorities that have currently been set by council are to focus first on things that pose significant life, health, safety risks, and that everything on a complaint driven basis.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Anything else? No, and to Angela, I think we may be able to resolve that issue later on in the agenda, or at least we'll speak to it anyway, so. So look for a motion with a recommendation that council receive for information all the activity reports on December or for December 2022, items 8.1 to 8.6. Councilor Shank, Councilor Hicks, all in favor? Opposed? Carried. Staff reports, 9.1, board and committee appointments. So this will be an interesting one because we're going to try and do this maybe in two pieces, I think, if we can, Jessica. We have a recommendation that staff receive for information the Legislative Services Board and Committee Appointments Report, and further that council confirm the appointment of all members of council to the Property Standard Appeals Committee for a 4-year term, 2022-2026. Further that council confirm appointments for the 2022-2026 term for the following committees and boards: the Cataraqui Region Conservation Authority, 1 member of council; Cataraqui Region Source Water Protection Committee, appointed by Loyalist Township as a shared representative; Quinte Region Conservation Authority and Source Water Protection Committee, 1 member of council; Loyalist Parkway Committee, 1 member of council; and the Bay of Quinte Marketing Board, 1 member of council. And I think we'll leave the motion of the resolution at that for now, and then we can pick up the second part later on. So I'll look for a motion. Put that on the floor. Councillor Nori, Deputy Mayor Calver. And did you want to speak to this first, Jessica, or at least with respect to those committees that I just mentioned? Or sure.
Through your worship, these committees listed here are the ones that we do need established tonight, as some of these boards are meeting very shortly. These are all external ones. The mandates are not set by council, but we are required to appoint a member. I will make one point of clarification in that I misspoke in the briefings I sent to you all on these committees. The Loyalist Parkway Committee member can be a member of staff if council so chooses and believes that would be a better representative for this 4-year term. But it can also, of course, be a member of council, as has been our past tradition.
Okay, so I think what we'll do is we'll just look for nominations. We'll start with the Cataraqui Regional Conservation Authority. Sorry.
Can we vote on this motion?
Oh, sorry, we should vote on this motion. All in favor of the motion? Opposed? Carried. Sorry, thanks, Jess. So what we'll do now is we'll look for nominations for the Cataraqui Region Conservation Authority, and we're looking for one member of council, but we'll take the nominations right now. So
Do we have the dates of when these, sorry, do we have the dates of when all of these committees meet?
I can probably help you out with some of them. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, no, I'm
Deputy Mayor
just
Chalmers.
like, before I volunteer or step up into a position here, I'd like to know, providing it doesn't conflict with other commitments we have.
Well, and maybe what we can do is as we go through each committee, I'll try and help you out, or if Jessica can help out, we'll help you out. But with respect to the Cataraqui Region Conservation Authority, that's the committee that I sat on. I can tell you it meets on I think it's third or fourth Wednesday. It's once a month, but it's on Wednesday evenings. So
Yeah, so that interferes with.
it would interfere with county council for sure. So,
I'll nominate Angela Hicks for Cataract Conservation Authority.
okay, and Councillor Hicks, you're willing to stand for that?
I am.
Thank you. Any other nominations? Seeing none, we will look for a resolution to, look for try this one more time. We'll look for a motion to appoint Councillor Angela Hicks to the Cataraqui Conservation Authority Board for the term of council 2022 and 2026.
I'll move it.
All in favor, opposed, carried. Next one will be we don't need to do the Cataraqui Region Source Water Protection, so we'll skip past that one. The Quinte Region Conservation Authority and Source Water Protection Committee. I'm not sure what day of the week that one meets, but maybe Jessica can help me.
Through your worship, the Quinte Conservation Board meets on Thursdays at 3:30 PM.
There you go. So that one's on Thursdays at 3:30 PM. So we'll look for nominations for the Quinte Region Conservation Authority.
I'd
Councilor
like
Martin,
to nominate Bob Norrie, Councilor Norrie.
Councilor Nori, you'll stand for that nomination. Thank you. Is there any other nominations for this? Seeing none, we'll look for a motion to appoint Councillor Bob Norrie to the Quinte Region Conservation Authority and Source Water Protection Committee for the term of council 2022-2026. Next up, we have the Loyalist.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Get a mover and seconder
Oh,
on that?
sorry. Yeah, sorry. We need a mover. Yeah, Councillor Hicks, Councillor Pennell, all in favor? Opposed? Carried. Sorry, I'm jumping ahead too quick here. Next up, the Loyalist Parkway Committee will need one member of council for that possibly, and if we don't get a member of council, we can have staff assigned to that. So do we have any nominations for that?
Since I wore, but sat on it for a lot of years.
Yeah.
All right. It's good organization and it's because Loyalist Parkway is quite a long committee, but does any staff member want to do that or?
Well, and this is one of the ones we
had
have the option of assigning a staff member. So.
Well, I don't want to sign, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead, Councillor Shank.
I don't want to sign some staff member. If you can't get a staff member, I'm just going to leave it out there right now. If you can't get a staff member that wants to do it, all right, John McCormick, I think he's still the chair of it, all right?
Yes.
All right, and he did a really good job at it. But the point is, if you can't get if a staff member does not want to participate in, then sure, go ahead and I'll do it then. But
I think we are we in a position we can pass on that tonight, Jessica, and then we can always bring it back if we don't have a staff member.
Through your worship, I believe we can. This is not one of the committees that's meeting. So we could defer on this one.
Perfect. That's what we'll do then. We'll bring it back if we don't find a member of staff that wants to sit on it. We'll bring it back and we'll convince somebody to sit on it.
no, it's willing.
Can I please just get a motion to defer that?
Yeah, we'll need a motion to defer that. Moved by Councillor Hicks, seconded by Councillor Martin. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. And next up is the Bay of Quinte Marketing Board. We'll be looking for one member of council to represent that. Do we have any nominations for that?
May I ask a question first?
You sure can, yeah.
So the contract is gonna be ended when? Or when does the contract finish, or is there an out clause, or is there, what, you know what I mean? Or what is going on with the, how long is this contract for this? They have, because you can't be a member if you know,
Yeah, I think Ms. Walters can.
So through your worship, the council at the time agreed to a 3-year trial period, which will end at the end of 2023, or within 2023. And then within the contract that we agreed to, there's a 6-month out clause. So if council determines they do not want to do this anymore, 6-month notice to end that partnership. But in the interim, we would need a member appointed to the board to represent Greater Napanee.
Do we have any nominations? Go ahead, Councillor Hicks.
I'll nominate myself.
I'll nominate Councillor Hicks if you wish, if we need that to be legal that way.
I'm quite intrigued.
So we will be looking for a motion. Councillor Pennell. No, Deputy Mayor Calver. All in favor? Opposed? So we will be putting Angela Hicks as the representative of the Bay of Quinte Marketing Board. Of Council. For us. Okay, moving on. I'll be looking for a motion that council direct staff to review and update the terms of reference for each internal committee of council to ensure that they align with the objectives of the strategic plan, recreation master plan, and any other specific priorities as may be established by council from time to time. Moved by Councillor Nori, seconded by Councillor Shank. And I think, Jessica, did you want to speak to this one now?
Sure.
Okay.
So through your worship, I believe this is outlined in the report, but staff feel that the start of a new council's term, the recent conclusion of these strategic documents are a good time to try to make sure that the work that our committees are doing is aligned with the goals and objectives of council for this term. That is the reason we're asking to, and we also feel it's potentially not fair to appoint someone to a committee if its mandate then shifts as a result of this review. That everybody, both staff, our council and members of the public should know what they're signing up for when they're signing up for it. We do have an option presented in here if council believes it appropriate to appoint members tonight to each of these internal committees to help work with staff to guide those recommendations that would be coming forward. But we can also just have that discussion through a staff report and in an open session of council. Any questions?
Any questions or comments from anybody?
is there any way, I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead. Go
Is there
ahead.
any way we
Councillor
can
Shank.
table that part to January so we can review it as it's, or do you need that tonight?
So through your worship, this motion specifically that's on the floor is just directing staff to start this review process. If you'd like to amend that, we could, or as you said, if you're not comfortable with that and you'd like to just appoint people with the mandates that we have in January, we could table this motion as well.
If I may be of assistance, maybe. We do have a number of committees which we did have in the last term of council. I mean, we have community development, so CDAC. We have the Heritage Committee, which I think is somewhat mandated, is it not?
If we're going to have a heritage registry, we need to have a heritage committee.
Okay, and I do believe that probably we do have one. So that may be one that if we want to fill that tonight, we could probably fill that one tonight. We have an Arts and Culture Committee. We have an Aquatics Committee, which there's some thought that we could put that together with a Recreation Committee, which it may not be a bad idea. We have a Waste Diversion Committee, which is fairly new to the last term of council, but seemed to be fairly effective. and a physician recruitment committee, which I think is very, very important to our community. So I did get a call earlier today with respect to if there's any other new committees suggesting maybe a cemetery advisory committee. So I can plant that seed for food for thought for maybe in January. But if there's any will or any thoughts about filling any of these committees tonight, I mean, I think we can do that. If not, then we can go with the staff recommendation, forward it back to staff and get some input with respect to where we want to go with these, and if some of them can be put together, if some of them can be separated, if some of them can be tweaked a bit, I guess. So I'll leave that up to council with respect to if there's any conversation or comments with respect to it. Yeah, go ahead, Councilor Purnell. Or, sorry, I'll be right back to you, Mike.
Your worship, I would, I don't know how to say this, but for the CDAC committee, I'd like for myself to be that member, and also for the aquatics. And with the aquatics, I guess, if it does have to fold into the recreational area, then I'd be okay with that as well. And the only reason why I'm stating this is that we've worked very hard on the aquatics committee for many years, and we seem to be kind of in a little circle right now, but I like to see that through. And also, I was the chair of the CDAC committee during when we went into COVID. So there's still a lot of work that needs to be done there. And I just think with my knowledge that we can pick up where we left off. So I'd be willing to take those positions tonight if anybody agrees.
Okay, Councilor Shank. Thanks, Dave.
No, you answered my questions. Dave wants to sit on that. I'll nominate him. And I'll move it.
Go ahead. So we can fill the CDAC and the aquatics or the recreation committee? Or
We can, but could we please vote on the motion on the floor before we make new motions?
sure we can. All in favor of the, sorry, go ahead, Councilor Ari.
In regards to the motion, I would just suggest if we're gonna pass it, I would like to see an end date. So we have like our next meeting in January, we have a report on it, so we can get the committees going so they don't stay in limbo. Then we can decide who does what. But with this motion, depending on our next meeting in January, I think it's the 10th.
Be the 10th. And
Is that possible to come back in that time? No? Really?
If I may, through your worship, I think the discussion that we're going to have around the budget, some of the priorities could flesh some of this out. I don't want to get ahead of council, but I think looking at these, some of these can be combined. You're still, I think, going to want to do something with your downtown, your town hall, those types of thing. And I see a way of potentially putting this into whether it's heritage or arts and culture or things like that, or you just scrap them and say, here's 3 committees that can actually help move our strategic priorities ahead. So I think what we would like to see is a discussion around some of those budget topics and how potentially having them fold into this. We might be able to loop back on it. I'm not sure we could do a lot between now and the 10th of January.
okay,
So I think we'd probably get a couple of these tonight, and then the remainder, we'd probably want to come back near the end of January with a recommendation.
I guess, I mean, I know the Heritage Committee myself. If there's, I guess the only real time sensitive one in my world is the Physician Recruitment Committee. I think we're going to see some movement there that is going to be sooner than later. As far as the other ones, I don't think we have a problem with bringing back even at the end of January, if the end of January is something that is workable. So I think if council's agreeable, we put everything but the Physician Recruitment Committee that falls under the resolution and can bring it back in January if we can. Maybe we can speak specifically with the Physician Recruitment Committee. Councilor Hicks.
I agree. Just one quick question. Does county council have anything in the works, or have they been doing anything in the way of physician recruitment?
Yes and no. It's a bit of a tough question right now. I think there's probably some things in the works, not to the same degree or to the same level that we're at.
Okay.
But there are some things that are, I think you're going to see happen in the not too distant future. So, but not in the same world that we're living in at the or at the lower tier level. So if that's of any help to you, so.
Yep. Okay, that's fine.
So not to belabor this,
Go ahead, Mike.
how do we pull the motion back to nomination if we're gonna go ahead and wait till the end? So we just nominated poor Dave, all right, to these things that he wanted, but what we're gonna do is we're gonna wait till the end of January. 10 o'clock is curfew for me, guys, so I just want to run this along. So, you know,
So
Go ahead.
through your worship, I don't believe these are contradictory motions. I just wanted to point out that council hadn't voted yet on the direction that we look at these terms of reference and bring some recommendations back to council. I believe you can still do that and appoint people tonight. You just need to vote on that motion first before we make new motions.
So we'll vote on the motion that's on the table or on the floor, and then we can do another motion with respect to some of the other committees. Is that?
Yes, if council wants to nominate to the rest of these committees tonight, you can do that as well. This is, the motion on the floor is giving staff direction that we should look at these terms of reference because it's been 4 years before the committees get too far into their work this term. But that doesn't preclude you from appointing council members to those committees tonight.
So let's clean up this motion first. Everybody knows what the motion is. I can read it again if we need be. All in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried. So now we can entertain a motion to fill a couple of these committees. Is that what we're going to do?
Yep.
Councillor Shank, you're going to make the motion that Councillor Pennell.
yeah, CDAC and aquatics.
Do you need to do one or separate or both?
Or you can do it in one.
Can we?
Sure.
Okay. Councillor Shanks is making the motion. Councillor Pennell is assigned, or I should say, being nominated for the Aquatics Committee and the CDAC Committee. We have a seconder, Councillor Hicks. All in favor? Opposed? Carried.
Thanks. Appreciate that.
And the only thing left on the list is, do we want to assign somebody to the Physician Recruitment Committee?
No. The mayor, this is, I think is the most, all of the committees, of course, in their own right are, but if you don't have enough doctors in your community is not going to grow. We're losing quite a few doctors for whatever reasons, from what the physicians have told me. So I'd love to sit on it, but the mayor is currently sitting on it. And I think from what I understand is doing a great job. I don't know if you could have one or two, but I would like you to sit on it, but I'd like to have my input too, to try to help. So I don't know how you could have that, but if you're only allowed one, you know what I mean?
I think probably the mayor de facto sits on it anyways. So if someone was to nominate Councillor Shank to sit on the Physician Recruitment Committee, I de facto sit on it anyways.
I didn't realize that.
And Councillor Shank, you're willing to stand for that?
Yeah, I will.
Okay, so we'll look for a resolution to name Councillor Mike Shank to the Physician Recruitment Committee for the term of council 2022-26. Seconded by Councillor Pennell. All in favor? Opposed? Carried.
Can I have one further discussion on that?
I think so. Can we, or do we need to?
I know it's, the only reason why is Mr. Mayor, if you could set up a meeting somewhere in early January, I want to get on the ball on this because we're going to be losing some more doctors and there's going to be a minimum of 6,000 patients that are going to be out again. All right. So I know there's going to be some financial things. So I'd like to have that done prior to the budget. You know what I mean? And have some of our findings done, what we can do and what we can't do.
Yeah.
All right. So if you could get a hold of whoever was sitting on the committee beforehand, so we have something in early January, so we can have our ducks in order.
Very much so.
Thank you.
Okay, well, that went really smooth. Let's move on. I think we're done with that now, right now, Jess? Yeah. 9.2, final stages of staff move to 99 advance. We'll look for a motion that council receive for information, Office of the CEO, staff, resident and expectations report. Moved by
Receive for information.
Councillor Shank, seconded by Councillor Nori, and I think Mr. Pinson wants to speak to this.
It's just a formality, your worship, and council to make sure and get it out in the public that we advance. It's been a relatively successful move. A couple of things that we have to iron out the details, but residents should expect full service at 99 Advance as of the 3rd of January, and they're getting their service there now, as a matter of course. Happy to take any questions. I know that a lot of councillors have been in and out of 99 Advance, and it's worked so well so far.
Any questions or comments? Go ahead, Councillor Purnell.
Thank you, through your worship. Is the, John, is the service counter that we're talking about, is that going to be where the existing, where you go into now? Or is it going to be a separate room where there could be some privacy set against the tenant and us and whoever's coming in to do their business?
So through your worship, the Councillor Pennell, we are in the process, and I'd have to consult with a member of staff tonight. We are in the process of redesigning that counter such that there's a little bit more room. And we're also in a process of making, and I'll let Brant speak to it, an office to the side should want to come in and have private discussions with a member of staff. Brant, if you want to break, please.
Through your worship, there are 3 locations on the main floor close to the counter where if there is a sensitive discussion that the 2 people can go off into a side room to have the sensitive discussion. And that's not just for us, it's available to all the tenants.
Okay, thank you.
Further, any questions or more comments? Go ahead, Councillor Martin.
I kind of question the privacy issue there too. Somebody comes in even to pay their water bill, their taxes, or get a permit. You've got a provincial employee standing there listening to a town of Napanee employee. And that citizens, what they come in for even. So I understand what you're saying about a room, but that's after, there could be sensitive information spoken at the counter before you get into that private room. So I
guess if you were through your worship, but I guess if you were to say, if you have 3 residents in a line and I'm going for a permit and you're standing behind me, you're gonna know that I'm there for a permit. So this is the first time it's been brought up as an issue. I'm happy to flesh it out, but I don't think if from a privacy standpoint, there's an issue. We offer a suite of services. A resident's there to get a service. If there are privacy issues, concerns around confidentiality, we have a space to take that person into another room. Happy to discuss it. It's never been brought up. So I don't think it would differ from any of our other 3 places that we had. This building, for example, there's a member of staff and you could have 3 people in a line. I'm not sure how it worked at 45 Commercial in terms of what those interactions were. I know specifically at 41 Dundas Street where I was, there was a counter. People came in, I would know when people came in for a marriage license because they set up appointments, everybody would know what was going on. We're able to partition them off. But if there is an issue around privacy and if residents are concerned, happy to speak about it, but it's never been brought up before.
Councillor or Deputy Mayor Calver.
Through your worship, one of my concerns with the privacy is the customers from the other tenants that are there. All of a sudden now I'm there applying for a permit for whatever. I'm also hearing what their problems and concerns are. That's, I think, more of the privacy Bill's getting at, maybe is the privacy for the other tenants.
We've had extensive conversation with those other tenants. I think, Brent, if you can speak to that.
We're in contact with the leaseholders, and they don't normally have those kind of conversations in the lobby. Most of their appointments it's by appointment, and they're met at the counter by staff from those agencies, and then most of the time taken back to a meeting space. Though those kind of conversations aren't happening in the lobby.
Okay, thank you.
Counselor Hicks, yeah.
If I walk into my physician's office and they say, what do you want the appointment for? The 12 people sitting behind me, unless I get this close to the window and whisper, can hear everything I'm saying, whether it's a vaccination for a toddler or I have a sore toe or whatever. So I don't think privacy is an issue. I have to agree with the CAO on this one. I think it's, if they have an issue, the first thing they're going to say is, I want to talk to somebody. And the staff member is going to be called and they'll go into a side room if it's anything out of the ordinary. So that's just my thought on it.
There is one issue, if I may, to council, and it is going to come up because it's come up already, is the acoustics in that foyer are terrible. It's a high ceiling, it's got glass walls, sound travels. So we're looking at, without bringing in a sound engineer, trying to find a way of actually silencing a little bit. And I think that will get rid of some of your problems around voices traveling. But we have recognized there is a bit of an issue with sound traveling in that building.
Yep, Counselor Pennell.
Thank you, through your worship. I guess maybe I'll just clarify my concerns a little bit on the privacy issue is, for instance, if somebody came in and want to talk about their arrears and their taxes. And I believe that my answer or my question was answered, that there is a room that could be taken. And that was my concerns for the privacy is such items like that. And as long as we have some place where we can go, I'm satisfied.
Okay, thanks. Is there anybody else? Counselor Martin?
No, I just, that was my concerns with some of the privacy, but you know, if there is a room available and there's not too much information talked about before they get into that room, then I guess that's takes care of that issue. I was concerned about actual, dollar figures as far as taxes, or I wasn't so concerned about a permit, but maybe a neighbor doesn't want their water bill known. I don't know. I'm just trying to, that's all I was concerned about.
So if I may, and of course, a resident can always phone in, right, and ask those questions. But I'll say to council, I'll say to residents, the same thing we've said to staff. We know there's going to be bumps along the road here. We understand that some of these processes are going to have to be refined. There may be a couple of things that we haven't considered along the way that we'll have to react to. Nathan has done a tremendous job in rallying the 8 folks together that do the customer service, and the GMs of all, to a person, supported the process by which we do this in the fashion that we're doing it. So I would suggest every one of our staff are behind this, and if there's problems, we'll fix them.
Anything further? Seeing nothing, we have a motion on the floor. We'll be looking to vote on it unless you need to hear it again. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. 9.3 upcoming council meeting dates. We have a recommendation that council receive for information the legislative services upcoming council meeting dates report, and further that council approve the following changes to the regular meeting schedule for 2023. Rescheduling the January 24th, 2023 regular meeting to January 31st, 2023 to accommodate the Roma conference or convention, and scheduling a special budget meetings for January 26th and February 16th, 2023. We can have a motion to put that on the floor. Deputy Mayor Calver, Councillor Hicks. Jessica, did you want to speak to this?
Through your worship, I don't have anything to add to this report, but I can take any questions.
Do you have any questions or comments? I think the concern was the Roma conference. Most of us are going to attend it and we won't be back until the probably the 22nd or 23rd late, and it just won't provide any opportunity for us to prepare for the 24th meeting. So we're looking to move it to the 31st. So everybody's good with that. We'll call the vote. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. 9.4, 2022 budget presentation number 2. We have a recommendation that council receive for information the 2022 budget presentation dated December 20th, 2022, and further that council provide comments and input to guide staff in preparing a more detailed budget for presentation in January. We can be moved. Oh, sorry. Oh, okay, we can have a break. That's true. Yeah, want to break for 10 minutes? Good. Break for 10 minutes? We'll break for 10 minutes. Great, thanks.
correspondence.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. Moving on, 9.4, the 2022 budget presentation. We have a recommendation that council receive for information the 2022 budget presentation dated December 20th, 2022, and further that council provide comments and input to guide staff in preparing for a more detailed budget for presentation in January. If we get somebody to move that, Councillor Pennell, seconded by Councillor Nori. I think Mr. Vincent, you're going to be up first.
Actually, slide 2, please. I misspoke. So thank you, your worship, for council. We noticed yesterday when we went through the utilities presentation that things are a little bit backwards. So we want to sort of reset. The aim of this presentation is for the new councillors, give a bit of an overview in terms of municipal finance. The secondary aim is basically provoke discussion. We have presented to the previous council a list of those, what we call them, sort of the business related issues that we're looking for some sort of input. And we're hoping to get some of that input tonight such that when we come back in January, we can bake some of that into the second budget discussion. You will see in some of these slides that staff have made recommendations. That is simply to help council potentially go down a certain path, but obviously if there's a different route that council wants to go, we're more than happy to do that. We've spoken to the mayor about this, and I think the best way to deal with this is once we get through the finance portion and then into the issues that we're looking for resolution, is that it's probably best that we discuss those issues as we go through them. And what we will do as staff, as we go through this presentation, we will take notes. We'll sort of read the room and figure out where council would like to go in some of these areas such that we can, again, bake that into the budget. Realistically, as we've said before in the treasurer's presentation, 75% of a municipal budget is, hate to say it, same as last year, it's a carry on. It's those things that you have to pay for. But I think there are some issues facing this municipality coming out of a strategic plan, coming out of a move to 99, recreation master plan, where we are looking for decisions sooner rather than later, such that we can start acting upon those, putting them into a budget as opposed to trying to find money halfway through the year. So that is really the essence of this evening, is bringing these issues to the fore and having a healthy discussion so that we could inform that into our next presentation. It's all yours, Paul.
So slide 3, please. Thank you. So to Mayor Richardson and council. Basically, what I'm going to go through is I'm just going to start off in a recap of 2022 and then look at where we're headed for 2023, just to give kind of lay a foundation. It's not to get too caught up in the weeds, but just to give a high level overview. So slide 3 is a recap of the revenues on the top and the expenses on the bottom. We had about $21 million worth of expenses, of which about 13.7 was funded through the tax levy, which I'll show in an upcoming slide. The majority of revenues, the largest would be the taxes. And then as far as the expenses go, it would be the staff costs, contracted services, and then materials and supplies. And we'll kind of dig into that just a little bit more. So next slide, please. So this is just a visual representation of the buckets of expenses. The large blue being the staff costs, the large orange being the contracted services, and then the gray being materials and supplies. And as I said, we'll dig into that a little bit more to kind of unpack that and show not only what does that look like, what is involved in that, but what does council have discretion over, or control, I guess, in the decision-making of some of those expenses. Next slide, please. And this is just a representation of the buckets of revenues. As you can see, the large section, 64% is the municipal tax levy. The orange section, which is the next down, is grants and transfers. And I'll just highlight a few of those as we go along here. And then user fees within the town itself. And we'll break those down by department in just a moment. Next slide, please. So this is kind of the breakdown of kind of how it works. So the reality is that when we approach a budget, and returning counselors will have seen this before, most of the departments do have some revenues that are generated within itself. So what we do is we take the expenses, we take away all the revenues that we're able to generate, the grants, that sort of thing. And then we end up arriving at the very bottom of our expenses, less our potential revenues. And that's what ends up becoming our tax levy. In this case, in 2022, it was $13.7 million. Each one of these departments does generate revenues. General government, that's kind of where a lot of the big portions are kind of put in. That's the OMPF funding for $1.6 million. We've got some interest money in there, bank investments, interest and penalties on taxes. And then we have some dollars coming in there from some of the other grants. In 2022, there was some money in there from COVID relief funding that was transferred from 2021 and carried forward. Clerk's department has licensing, fines, dog pound revenues. That offsets at $730,000 of expense to arrive at a net of 619. I'm not going to go through all the departments, but you can see how that kind of works through there. And then the long-term debt, and then the reserves contributions, how much we're actually popping into reserves, brings us to that tax levy of $13.7 million. So just for a clarification, our budget in 2022 was not $13.7 million being the tax levy, but it was the $21 million of expenses that we're actually funding. Next slide, please.
I'm sorry.
Yep, go ahead, Councilor Shank.
Just because it's 9:30 at night, all this is going to be brought back up during budget time, these numbers, because I have numerous questions that I don't want to even start to go into any of this. So is it going to be budget time in January to answer some of these questions? This is more of an information session to bring us up to speed of what was happening.
Yeah, I think through your worship, the idea was to say, this is a 13 million tax base, $21 million organization. Where are the big buckets of money? Where with staff and protective services to situate the story? I think some of these issues as we get into further, especially around reserves, we might want to, but if, I'm happy if council has read this, understand the numbers and have questions, we can certainly come back to them in January.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Slide 7 shows the capital budget in 2022. So about $6.3 million provincial funding of just over $7.5 of federal funding, and about $3 million was used from tax-based levies. The utility-based reserves, $1.9 million. We spoke about that on Monday at the budget meeting, and that's what's coming out of the utilities capital and maintenance reserves. Next slide, please. So slide 8 just shows what an increase at this point in 2023 looks like. So staffing costs, materials and supplies, we're going to break down a little bit later with a small increase there. Contracted services, of which a good portion is beyond the immediate control of council, but some is, and we'll break that down very quickly. Finance charges, a small amount, debt going down about 2%, which all that is we had an OPG debt that I believe was about 10 years long, and that's finally paid off. So the interest portion that we budgeted for, that's the reduction there. And then a small increase in transfers to reserves. This is 3% is actually about 3.4% is what the increases in expenses are. So of that funding, 2.95% is what we talked about with the increase to taxes. And then we have some increase in user fees, a little bit of ups and downs in there, but we have looked at, if we're going to come back at 2.95%, this is kind of what it looks like. And this is how we're going to fund it. But keep in mind, in the next slide, please, that some of these expenses are kind of preset, as the CA alluded to. About 90% of them are kind of coming back from previous years. OPP is a very small increase at this point, about $6,000 right across the province. They've actually been quite, the increase has been quite a bit less. But at the same time, there's very little control that council has over this. You can lobby the province, and then in about 5 years, because they're on a 5-year cycle of how they accumulate their expenses, and that's the time frame from when their levy kind of changes. So that would be the time frame that council could have some influence, is the time frame to go and lobby with the province, and then 5 years later, you can see some influence there. Waste management, that's saying 8%, it's actually 7.6%, which is what the 10-year contract with waste management is set at the increase at CPI. Insurance has a big increase of 20%. Sorry, waste management, because of the fact that it's in the contract, is very little influence. Insurance about 20%, and that's right across the board. It's a massive increase for municipalities, right from one end of the country to the other. Yeah, I know it's quite a staggering number, 20%, being about $1 in $150,000, but that's the reality of what it is across the board. The two conservation authorities, Cataraqui has a small increase. Quinte Conservation has a larger increase of about $60,000, most of that being tied to the work being done at the waterfront with the rising waters, and the work that they're doing with all the municipalities that are part of it. Over a 10-year, our portion of those costs are going to be just over $1 million. So there's a 4-year approach to come up to about $100,000 a year to continue on. So that $60,000 increase, most of it is tied to that increase, to that work. Now, contracted services, sorry, I'm just catching up my notes here. Those contracted services for the $1.8 million, that's our engineers, consultants, software maintenance fees, contractors. That's even things like the waste management bins at some of the larger facilities that are picked up, crack seal program, arborists to cut down trees, just any kind of contract that we would enter into. What we've looked at is flatlining that, so that we know some will increase, but then we're going to look at what can we do to pull from other lines in order to increase the lines that need to. But overall, we're looking for a 0% increase on that portion. In materials and supplies itself being anything from office supplies to the cold patch that goes on the ground. Again, same thing, zeroing that out. We know fuel is going to go up, so we have to increase those lines, but pulling back in other lines to, at the end of the day, come to a 0% increase. And then the utilities portion of that is a 5% increase. And again, there's very little control over that.
Just to break in the action, I think
Okay.
Councilor Shank had a question there.
Sorry, Paul, I have so many questions, but I'm just trying to hit some of the key ones so we're not going too late. The contracted service, is that litigation also? Is that the
Yes,
lawyers?
yeah, that would be,
All right. Now, is that, have you factored in this reason why we're flatlining this? Because I was told in an earlier, because this is our actually first council meeting, that there's going to be with Ontario Land Tribunal about the asphalt plant.
150,000 is what we've looked at for that.
So, and you're still budgeting exact same amount as you did last year?
That's the intention.
Okay.
Not for that line, but contracted services overall.
So where did that line go then?
It didn't, as I said before, we will look at the other lines and where can we reduce and what can we do in 2023 to be able to take from another line within contracted services and build up the lines that will increase, like legal fees.
All right, so we'll look at those lines in January then, right?
So just to be clear, we're behind the 8 ball right now because of that time that we've had between the election and where we start sitting, right?
Yep.
But what we didn't want to do, and Paul's already sent out direction to staff members, as soon as we get back in January, we're going to be working on all those numbers.
Yep.
But what we didn't want to do is come to council with a budget and say, this is what we think the budget is, but then here are all these questions that we needed answered, and then go back and redo it.
Okay.
So we're going to be a little bit behind in terms of doing it, but I think when we get to the final budget, we're not going to be shaking our heads in halfway through the year saying, well, we should have dealt with this earlier and we don't have money for it.
Okay.
Does that hopefully answers your question a little bit? So we still got a lot of work to do.
Yeah. No problem.
Okay.
As long as I can ask those questions at a later date, then.
Totally.
And this is the direction that's been given to staff. These are the intention that these other lines will go up. And therefore, these are the contracted services, the materials, the supplies are the lines that we have to hold to in order to maintain that 2.95%.
Yep, go ahead, Mike.
I'm dying here. Is like back in a few slides back, you had staff costs that went up $415,670. All right, but we went ahead and is that also including the $275,000 that you shifted over to PUC, or is that on top of the 415,000?
I'm sorry, can you go back and say that again?
Okay, so yesterday morning, we went ahead and under the budget, all
Yeah.
right, we approved the 2%, but there was a $275,000 shift. It was
Okay,
$150,000 for staffing, then it was $125,000 in benefits.
So
So there was other questions that I still had on that because they're based on 33% that we
Yeah.
have for benefit package. That is not nearly, that's way over the 33%, but I figured that would get caught up at later budget deliberations. But the $275,000, is that on top of the 415,000 that we have increases just for this year?
So we're talking tonight about the tax base only. This is not utilities.
Yeah, but you moved $275,000 from
Mm,
this side
No,
over to PUC.
no, that's not correct. $40,000.
Wow.
If you go back, there was a table and it had 6 cells in it. And the one that was talking about the restructure of how senior management participates with utilities, it was $40,000. You're going to the total at the bottom.
Because I thought that whole line, because it was under the all, quote me if I'm wrong here, guys.
But you go back to the middle
Yeah.
column on the left,
Yeah.
it was $40,000.
So it was just,
Middle column on the left, 40,000. So that's what moved over from here to there.
so the staffing salaries, then it was the 275 minus the 40,000, that was just for there. So it was only a $40,000 shift?
Yeah, from tax base to utilities.
Okay.
And if I may, because staff costs always come up when you get the budget, there's a slide 12, which I'm going to speak to, which some of those decisions that were made between the finalization of budget 2022 and what we did 2022 and what we did during the course of 2022,
Right.
which would have caused your staff costs to go up.
All right, I just, as long as we can ask these questions during. budget
Absolutely.
at a later date.
Yeah.
Because it's about as clear as mud right now.
Yeah. Wow.
Next slide, please.
So I'm going to step in here. This is where the challenge here is staying at positions and not getting into personal information. However, considering what our agenda looks like in January, there will be another meeting in January where we will talk about the specifics of HR management in a closed session. So if I don't go into details around people's names, it's because we're not going to do in an open session, but there will be an opportunity to get at those issues through a closed session. So when I was hired late 2021, there was a bunch of changes that then came as a result of my discussions with council, which happened in 22, which would not have been in the budget. These are all supported, and the way it works is that any changes to the budget that are supported by council resolution, which these are. So we hired an HR director. We hired an HR generalist and safety coordinator, who is, doesn't matter who it is, it's a position. Michael Nobes used to be a director. He's now a general manager based on his job scope and what he was doing. I'm not going to get into a lot of the HR coordinator or my executive assistant. We can talk about that discussion in closed session, but that was also a decision that was supported by council. The appointment of a deputy CAO. There was a deputy CAO who held the title of CAO before I was hired, and it was decided and approved by council that that position would carry on as a deputy. So those are, so when you look at the changes in the salaries, and I think it came up to $400,000. So you've got That which was post-budget, so your budget of 2022 would not have had those positions in there. They all came to council and were approved, so that would have increased your budget. And then, of course, you've got changes to your salaries because of collective agreements, raises, and compensation piece. So I don't expect that to be clear in terms of figuring what each one of those pieces were, but I just wanted to make sure the council understood that they were 2 or 3 different components, which we can all justify and explain in terms of why the salary cost went up by that amount of money. Happy to take any questions as it relates to that specific slide, but I wanted to get that out of the way before we carried on in the other stuff based on some of the numbers that you've seen.
So the point is, I'm sorry, through the
Yeah,
mayor.
no, go ahead,
So the
Mike.
point is, I can't ask any questions to here because it's an identified individual.
So I
Because
can
Lord-
talk, for example, one of the big concerns when I was hired as a CAO that we did not have an HR department. So we went out and hired an HR director, right?
Yep.
And the gentleman to my left, I think we discussed this last week, and one of the decisions we made was to make sure that we got, I think initially we started at an HR generalist, but we'd soon decided that we needed an HR director, and council supported that decision to go to a director level. The generalist and the safety coordinator, there was a position in the fire department that had some safety stuff that wasn't there, so we're missing safety, and you can't really in a robust state, in a proper HR environment, miss the safety component. You needed it. Plus to hire a director and then not have that director have any horsepower to do any of the transactional work. So it was supported by council to hire an HR generalist, someone to do the work. The Director of Development Services moved to a general manager. That's Michael Nob's position. Given what his scope was, given what he does relative to other positions, other municipalities, it was my recommendation, council supported moving him to a general manager, equivalent with the other gentleman that you see sitting down there. I'll skip over the HR coordinator because I will not speak about that position in public. The appointment of the deputy CAO, I thought because of what we were doing, my interrelationship with Brent, the community services position, that it was relevant and that there should be a deputy considering the staff that we had here, and that was supported by council as well. So I think that's most of it. The other thing that was mentioned at the previous meeting and the way it works generally, I shouldn't say generally, the way it works is that the CAO appointment bylaw then talks about what my responsibilities are in terms of hiring and when I come to council, when I don't come to council, when it impacts budgets and the natures of those positions. That's why I think it's important to have that discussion with regards to specific people and what happened that people are asking questions in a closed session, because it goes to identifiable personnel and it talks about performance. So I would leave it at that, but like I said, I wanted to get at least that out there in the public domain so that people understood.
Sorry, any questions? I just got a quick one. Go ahead, Councilor Purnell.
Through your worship, to John, when could we expect to have that conversation?
The 10th of January.
Fantastic, thank you. Yeah.
I wanted to get it out of the way.
Okay.
And just, I guess for my own, is that these positions that we're seeing tonight, I don't want to get into this because we're going to deal with it on the 10th of January. We're pre-compensation package decisions.
Yes.
Okay. I think we can probably sort it out on the 10th of
Yes.
January, I'm thinking, so
Yes.
without getting into details. So, okay, thank you. Is there any other questions? Seeing none?
And I just want to give a high level overview of the state of our reserves and what we're looking for the future as council kind of makes some decisions in moving towards the future. So very, very briefly, if I can, there are 2 types of reserves. There's reserves and reserve funds. Main distinguisher is the relativeness to having it specifically for specific purposes. So reserve funds are tied to more specific purposes than reserves. The other piece that kind of distinguishes the two is reserve funds. Any interest gained from reserve funds have to stay within the reserve funds like a trust, whereas reserves any interest can go towards the general operating levy. So that's kind of the main distinguishers. There's two types of reserve funds that we have and all municipalities have. One is obligatory reserve funds. And that just means obligatory is there's an obligation. So for the most part, that's development charges. We owe an obligation that we're collecting those charges. Therefore, they're only going to be used for very specific purposes. In 2022 on the capital budget, $35,000 is being used in the fire department. If I can try and visualize it, we were replacing a fire truck that big, but because of having additional residents, we needed a fire truck that big. So the cost difference between those two sizes of trucks, we're able to fund with development charges. Same with you go from a 6mm pipe to a 10, the 6mm, you can't fund from reserves. It's a benefit to existing. Whereas the difference in cost between the 6 and the 10, you can fund from development charges. And on our, when we get to the next year, you may remember this by the time we get there, but the auditors, they don't call them reserve funds, they call them a deferred liability because we owe a service to the people who are paying for that through their through the development charges when the building permits are issued. So we see a drop, and I'm not going to get into the numbers. I'm really going to get into the activity and the movement and flow from it. But the development charges have a drop between now and 2025, and that's where we're going to be using the impost fees for some of the wastewater treatment plant upgrades, and some of the monies collected for that will go to that project, and then it kind of builds back up after that. Next slide, please.
I think Councillor Shank has a quick question.
Sorry, I'm just really belabor this. Now, Paul, in the past, some people have used reserve funds. Is this cash or is this like back taxes, just paper trail, or is this actual money in the bank?
Yeah, this will be money in the bank or in investments.
Okay, so when we were talking about reserves, reserve funds, or any of the reserves, that's actual cash in the bank.
Yes, or investments. Yeah. The other type of reserve fund is called a discretionary reserve fund. And that means that there's some discretion over the use of them to a degree. We talked about that yesterday in the utilities budget because most of this is made up of the utilities capital maintenance reserves and the fund for any sort of emergency services from that. The one piece that isn't tied to that would be the debenture that's, sorry, not the debenture. I used the wrong word, would be the investment that's been in sort of a GIC laddered process since 2004, of which the interest has been helping to pay off the debenture for the SPC. And then that comes due in 2024, the end of Q1 of 2024. And that's when we can take that. And the intention at this point is to put that back into the general reserves with a specific use that we'll talk about in just a moment. So that's where that dip comes down and then we see it build up again.
I think Councillor Shank has a question.
So this was the Napanee PUC reserves at one time, the 3.5 million.
Yeah, 3.5 million, that's right.
That we're using for it was going to pay the SPC, like you said here, but there was Ontario Hydro Reserve. All right, there was an Ontario Hydro Reserve years ago. What had happened, and I'll just give you a real brief outlook. When years ago when I was on council, what they did is when impact came through, the assessment jumped on a lot of properties and a lot of commercial and industrial properties, and Ontario Hydro's increased substantially. So my thoughts at the time and council's thoughts at the time was to go ahead and just use whatever it's been historically, what they've been paying, all right, with a small percentage increase, and the extra above beyond that went into a reserve account, because sooner or later they're going to ask for it back when they were through appeals. Now, I know we had quite a reserve, and it was around $4.5 million, if I remember correctly. All right. Now we had to pay a certain percentage of that back. Where is that located in any of these reserves?
It's not in there at all. What happened is there was the court case that dragged on for about 10 years as far as the OPG and the repayment. So the repayment schedule that happened, kind of an agreement as a result of that court case, was to pay $350,000 in principal a year with an amount of interest that increased year by year. So that was moved from a reserve into a liability account. So that that would end up funding that to be paid off, of which we just finished paying it off in 2022, the last $350,000 payment. So that change in the debt of the 17,500, it was put into the liability so that we didn't have to go to the taxpayer to pay that off. It was just drawn from that. And the only part that they went to the taxpayer was the interest portion. So that was the decrease of $17,500, just the interest portion. But that reserve paid off that debt to the OPG as a result of that court decision.
Yeah, but we had, I'm not gonna get into this, but it's like, there was sufficient funds, all right, in the settlement, because the reason why it's dragged out, because there was 2 or 3 other municipalities that were fighting this court case, all right, because it was going to impact 2 or 3 other municipalities. So the amount that we had more than compensated to what we had to pay back. That was the key of what we had done. So what you're saying is basically all the $4.5 million or whatever the settlement was, that was all used.
Yeah, it was all put in that liability account to fund that repayment schedule.
All right.
Maybe we can look for a motion, go past 10 o'clock. Councillor Pennell, Councillor Hicks, all in favor, opposed? One opposed? Carried.
Would that be the counselor asking all the
Sorry, Mike.
questions?
Well, I'm sorry, that's why it's
Go ahead, Paul.
Next slide, please. So now we just get into the reserves and we're getting toward the goal line as far as the finance portion goes. Within the reserves, there are some specific uses. There's physician recruitment, accessibility. We're putting aside some money for SCBA replacement for the fire department every 10 years. We have the election reserve. We have the assessment appeals. It's under $1 million, all of these. Council does have discretion over the reserves, but staff wouldn't recommend necessarily to dip into those because it would be bad faith to say for the physician recruitment that was donated by, it wasn't Atura, it was the company that built the power plant that donated, sorry. TransCanada gave a grant for that to be used for doctor recruitment. So we would have certainly advised to keep it within that. So within the reserves, there is just under $1 million that's kind of earmarked for specific purposes like the election reserve. Next slide, please.
May I ask one more question?
Yep.
Sorry, guys, you guys brought this up late. $362,000 that we used for the reserves for the 2022 budget. It's because you only raised so much and you had to have a reserve contribution. It was $362,000. That
In a previous slide.
Huh?
Are you talking about the 362 in a previous slide?
Yeah, in a previous slide. So that, where did that, it says contribution reserve. So which reserve did that come out of that?
It didn't come, no, it didn't come out. It's going into. That's our contribution to a reserve.
To a reserve.
Yeah, and that would be the fleet reserve.
All right.
So as far as the general reserves, and this is kind of a funny looking slide, but because of the fact that in previous years, a lot of the roads weren't being replaced at the same rate of which they were being consumed. So we were falling behind on how we were keeping up with our roads. I'm not going to get into too much detail because Jeff's going to be here. But I just want to speak to the funding portion. There was some federal and provincial funding to the tune of about $1.2 million to pay for the roads. That would be the gas tax and the OCIF. OCIF has actually increased for 2023. So we're looking at about $1.8 million in funding. But beyond that, with a roads program, looking more like $3.7 million, the balance of that has come out of reserves. So unfortunately, it's not a non-ending pot. So what we're looking at the end of 2023, if we were to proceed on that same fashion, and that same fashion isn't doing more. It's not getting us into a better state. It's just actually maintaining at the rate that we're consuming. We're looking at the end of 2023 being somewhere around $1.5 million for reserves. 2024, the $3.5 million comes over from the PUC investment that we spoke about before, tops that up. But then when we use a portion of that for the roads work, we're looking somewhere around the end of 2024 2024, and maybe into 2025, we're going to be hitting a zero on that, and we're going to have used up all of that reserve. Now, let me clarify. That doesn't mean that we're zeroing out the obligatory or the discretionary reserve funds or all those other ones that are spoken for. These are just the reserves that council has the ability to direct towards the capital works. Of course, we're not going to go to a negative position. Then what we'll end up doing as we come into the budget process is to say, do we go back to letting the roads deteriorate, or do we go back to only funding from the gas tax and the OCIF, or are we going to look at some other way, a mechanism to be able to raise the money to maintain replacing our assets going forward? And again, that's not a decision. That's just throwing out the information, so council has that information so that we can come back and have a good discussion in January about that. If there's no other questions, I'll turn it over to Mr. Cuthell.
Yeah, I don't see any other questions, Paul. Thanks.
Yes, through your worship, the next slide, just walking through. That's the reserves. That's slide 16. One more. This slide just depicts our roads by the surface type and the annual requirement that's the staff recommended requirement that would be invested on an annual basis to maintain these roads into the current state of infrastructure that they are today. So paved roads, you'll see 1.9. The way the staff derived this number was just taking the life cycle of the road and what the replacement cost would be to renew or replace that asset. So you see our paved roads broken down by paved roads, double surface, single surface, and gravel. Then we have a sidewalks, bridge replacements. That's derived from OSIM's reports every 2 years by a structural engineer. And it's just a rolling 10-year average that's then calculated, divided out, and come up with an annual allocation for replacement rehabilitation of the bridges. The further along the slide shows the amount of funding that we receive currently for funding this, which is total of 525,000 from federal and 1.3 million from provincial, totaling 1.8 million. And the annual required amount to maintain a current state of infrastructure to see the roads in the current state that they are today would be 3.7 million. There would be ebbs and flows in this as time goes on. Not every year. This would be a contribution to a reserve. Not every year we're going to want to replace a bridge. There might be a bridge work this year, 5 years down the road, there'll be bridge work, but putting this amount of money into a reserve on an annual basis just to maintain our current state of infrastructure through all these asset classes. Happy to answer any questions.
Any questions or comments for Jeff?
Just
Go ahead,
one
Brian.
really,
Sorry, Deputy Mayor Calvert.
what is the total kilometer of paved roads we have?
70 kilometers.
And what is our double surfaced?
Surface treatment in total is 141 kilometers.
Okay.
And granular is 70 kilometers as well, with a total road kilometers of 281 municipal road kilometers.
Perfect, thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Doesn't look like it. Thanks.
Similar to the previous slide, this is a 10-year average from engineers' reports for facility maintenance. It's not to say that that's the number that we're looking for from council in this year, the $3 million, but it gives an idea of where we're at as far as some of the components of the infrastructure. I can draw your attention to, for example, SPC, where it says $907,000 required. Within that 10 years of recommendations from the engineers is $850,000 for repaving the parking lot. And we're not suggesting that has to be done in year 4. As I said, it's that it draws our attention to tracking the preventative maintenance, and also to there's been discussion about receiving grants for some of the work that needs to be done in the buildings. It's difficult for us to apply for grants if we don't have this type of information. One of the questions, if you're applying for a provincial grant, is we want to see a copy of your asset management plan. And the last grant we applied to, our asset management plan was not sufficient to get the grant. So we now have the information where we can start applying some planning towards what grants we're applying to for this building, for example, and for some of the other buildings that we have. So on the slide 18 is just to reiterate where we're at and where we're at with the condition of our buildings. We average about $240,000 a year on maintenance for our buildings, whereas the engineers say we should be spending about $3 million just to get us back to zero. And to give you an example where it says on the previous slide, it said that the building we just purchased, the 10-year average is $443,000. In the first 3 years, that's only $60,000 that the engineers recommended some work need to be done. And much of the work that is mentioned in the BCA report was completed by the seller before, or is in the process of being completed by the seller before we took ownership of the building. It was part of the negotiations.
Yeah, I think Councilor Pinell has a question. Brent.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Brent, so if I'm reading that correctly, then for 99 Advanced, the BCA report, when we're saying that a year 5 includes a rooftop unit, that was replaced already?
Yes.
But in the BCA, it stipulated that?
That's correct. It was identified in the BCA but it's already been replaced. And we have a few other buildings where our components are mentioned in the BCA that has already been completed since the engineers completed the report.
Right, okay. But if we just go back to the slide before that, if I can get mine up, like a 10-year average of 443,000 for that building. You're saying for us to spend 443,000 per year for the next 10 years to bring that building up to?
Yeah, but within that average, again, they included parking lot in that 10 years. And quite often when you're seeing these big numbers, it's the larger parking lots and the repaving that are the big ticket items.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, go ahead, Fran. I think there's one.
Page 19. Recreation Master Plan. This is where we're looking for some direction from council on how to approach this. Is that the Recreation Master Plan discusses a broad range of community activities, community centers, the arena, aquatic facilities, sports fields, sports courts, the waterfront and boat launches, parkland supply, trails, and active amenities. Again, in some grants that we applied to, one of the first questions was asked, we need a copy of a recreation master plan. Ours had expired in 2010. So this, along with BCA reports and along with the strategic plan, then it's going to allow us to start applying for grants that we haven't been eligible for probably in the last 5 years.
If I may, your worship, just at this point, because we had the discussion on committees a little bit recently. If you think about what we're doing, you look at waterfront boat launches, you look at what we did this summer with, I think, the softball tournament and the importance we put around this, the importance we put on the SPC. Everybody talks about this being a recreation town and what those parklands mean. This is where we think with a brand new rec master plan that this would be the ideal place to put a committee structure in place to help staff do the right things and the proper guidance along those areas. And that's why we think a committee here, and not to minimize the aquatics committee, we think it fits in here. But there's a lot of work to be done in here and there's a lot of stuff. And I think even to Counselor Shank's position around some of those activities you have and the figurines and whatever those things were called. This is a place I think that if we had a committee, we had some members of council that could actually talk to us on a regular basis, say, this is what we want our community to be. This is a perfect example of where we do it. If that makes sense to council.
It does.
So, Your Worship, so what we're looking for example, tonight, Councillor Pennell was appointed to Aquatic Committee. The idea would be that we would work with Councillor Pennell over the next few weeks to develop a terms of reference. And what council would recommend is coming back with the terms of reference that would include how we're going to work with the Recreation Master Plan for this term of council.
I had a little bit of hard time hearing you, Brad. At that very end, you just kind of trailed off.
Yeah.
Then people look at me like, did I have to answer something there? So sorry. So I heard that over the next few weeks, we'll be working together to come up with terms of reference.
Yes,
And then from there on, if you could repeat yourself, please, I'd appreciate
for
it.
this term of council, how we're going to deal with Recreation Master Plan for this term of council.
Okay, thanks. Yeah. Fantastic.
So on page 20, we begin to talk about this building. The BCA report identified a number of issues with this building. Some of them that we feel were too far down the line in 10 years. For example, we know the basement leaks in this building every time it rains. We have problems with the facade of this building. We have problems with the front steps and the pillars. The foundation leaks. The skylights and leak on a regular basis. The windows are not energy efficient. The daytime staff have permanently moved to 99 Advance, so we're suggesting that there could be a repurposing of the ground floor to more of a community space, maybe move it back to what the traditional space was for what the building was built for, which was a market house. And then develop the upstairs more conducive to council's work. On the next page, on 21, staff would, at budget time, would make recommendations to council to receive quotes to maximize grant funding for the immediate rehabilitation of the needs listed above. Seek community input for the long-term use of the town hall and Market Square as a public space, and determine grant funding sources for long-term projects for Market House, Town Hall, and Market Square. In the presentation that was given to council by the architect about that dealt with the addition of the library at the back of the building, what we asked the architect to do was to split those costs into two. So they costed out the cost of the library, and then they also costed separately what it would cost to bring this building up to a usable space. And the estimate from the architect in 2021 was $2.4 million for the building and $1.15 million for the streetscape outside. Again, we would be looking at probably, obviously some tax dollars, but we'd be looking at partnerships and grant funding to be able to complete that work.
And I'll interject, the important thing to note there is, let's just say that's a $3 million price tag. There are grants out there that we've pointed to that are ideally suited for this. If we say $3 million, those grants are 60-40 splits. So we get 60%. So you're still on the hook for finding $1.2 million for this building. So it's not, I just want to make sure the council doesn't think that grants are, it's not free money. Communities have to pay their way. So there's still a fairly substantial chunk to pay to do this building.
On page 22, we begin to discuss the building inventory and some buildings that we may be able to divest ourselves of. In 2023, we would recommend to council that we move to dispose of 12 Market Square and 1113 Market Square, which is across the other side of the street. And then throughout, I know this is going to be controversial, so it was moved to 2024, would be to determine the outcome for South Fred Hall. staff recommendation based on the utilization of the building would to divest and get rid of that building, but that would give us a full year of discussions to come up with a plan for that. And then the plan from the beginning was in 2025 to sell 45 Commercial Court once there was no more use for it for utilities, and they've moved to their new facilities.
Any comments or questions or? No? Yeah. Go ahead, Councillor Shank.
Well, 12 Market Square and 11 and 13, emotional attachment to the municipality is minimal. My only concern is that the generator that they installed, and that was probably about $100,000 generator, that gets removed before you go ahead and sell that. And I mean, for the old Pinto building with the generator there. So that's quite a large ticketed item that I would definitely remove. You could put it some other, building that we might be able to use. Now, when it comes to South Fred Hall, now, if you want to sell the Napanee Town Hall and put it with everything else, because what you're basically telling the people in the South, because Dobblestown Town Hall had more history than any of the other halls combined, because it was the first hall, all right, and that was gone. And now you're selling South Fred Hall. So basically, we're your dump down at South Fred, we're your dump for Napanee, and we have one ball field, and we have nothing else. So how do I sell that to the residents that you're going to get rid of South Fred Hall, but you're going to maintain and look after every other hall except anything to do with the South you're going to get rid of. So, and what you're going to get is very minimal. Now, Roblin, when they put how many million into the fire hall there, all right, that was also added on because you had the Women's Institute there that needed a hall. If you don't have that sense of community and have those kids playing there. Now, the people in the South, you have to understand, now my kids are 32 and 28. All the kids in the South, if they go to the public school system, they go to Bath, they go to Loyalist. If they're in the Catholic school system, they have to go to Amherst. So my granddaughter, all right, because my daughter-in-law is Catholic, I have to drive them to South Fred to get a bus. So what affiliation or what benefit or what part of the community does anybody in that South have if you're going to get rid of that hall also? That's going to be another slap in the face, and it's going to be just total anarchy. So unless you put them all up for sale, including this one, because how are you going to justify saying we're going to sell your hall down there, but we're going to spend $3.5 million on your hall in Napanee? It's going to be a very hard sell. So because you brought this up for discussion, John. So my thing is you take that out until it's going to be fair for all the halls. All right. Because what you're going to do with all the halls, you're going to, if I can say you're going to get rid of all the halls, then okay, you're going to get rid of South Fred Hall also, but you just can't pick one. And it's always the South that seems to be always getting it. All right. It's just not fair.
So I think without getting too much into detail, and again, this was the book discussion was based on usage.
Yeah.
So we've got some numbers on usage. So that's the first part. The other part, I think, when we come back and we look at buildings is if we're going to keep them, we have to maintain them.
Yep.
Right. We have done, I would say, unequivocally a very poor job of maintaining building infrastructure in this community.
Yep.
And we haven't had a really good functional look along an asset line, right, which we've done now. So what we want to be able to do is say, what are those key buildings you want to keep? And if you want to keep them, there's a price tag that comes with it, because we can't continue to say, let's keep it and let's run it down. So happy to have those discussions. And I think when we come forward, we'll bring some of that usage data so that we can see people are emotionally attached to everything. And everybody says, and I'm not going to dispute that attachment, but I think there's an issue around numbers and there's an issue of costs.
So can I?
And we can bring those things forward, but that's sort of been the data that we've looked to date.
Go ahead, Mike. Yeah.
So when you go ahead and go under usage, so I'm the booking agent. All right. We have a lot of halls. We have not as much people renting halls as for what the halls there are. So there's going to be vacancies. So if I promote some halls over the other ones, you're gonna skew those numbers totally the other way that isn't going to be. Because it seems to be very hard for people in Napanee to travel to South Fred. But it's very, it's very easy from somebody to drive a half an hour in from where I live to come to Napanee. So, you can play with those numbers. So when you come to about usage numbers and other numbers, then I can blow more holes in that argument. But all I'm saying is it has to be fair for all parties concerned when you're dealing with a large geographical municipality. And if you want to keep the residents happy at all things, you can't, it's like having two kids at home. One gets a whole bunch of Christmas gifts, all right? And the other one go, oh, I'm sorry, we couldn't get you because we had to use your money, all right, that we were going to get gifts for you, but we're going to just give it to the other child. That other child that didn't get anything is going to be ticked. All right. And we're here to serve the residents and for what you're going to sell that property for. And for the amount of usage you have using in the fields with the soccer fields and the people driving kind of halfway, because the halfway distance, as you know, with Napanee, for the fire department is at Ben's Point Road. If you leave Napanee or if you leave Dorland, the halfway is Ben's Point Road. So you go another 100 feet, you're at South Fred. All right. So all I'm saying is the usage could be up. Maybe we can get a tenant for a long-term lease or something else, but to sell it for 400,000 or 500,000 or whatever you might be able to get it for, it doesn't justify the loss that you're going to have as a sense of community or have a small building that the local residents could play the
So
cards. Or
I don't disagree.
Yeah.
I think the job and position of staff right now is to look at numbers, to look at data, we put it together. Council's in a different position where you get the emotional attachment, where you get the attachment, and this is sometimes where things collide. But we're putting it out there from now. This council then to make those decisions in terms of. I don't think it would be unfair to say we have too many buildings and buildings that we do not use. And buildings that we cannot afford. At some point in time, somebody's going to have to swallow hard and close something and sell something.
Okay, I have one further comment and then I'll be quiet. So you're going to sell it to the public that we're going to spend $3.5 million on an old building in town hall in Napanee. All right. So we could have council meetings after we spent $5.8.
So the only thing we've said so far is that the cost of rehabilitating this building is $3.
Yeah.
That's the only thing we've said.
Yeah. So the point is the cost to rehabilitate this building here is $3.5 million. For the sole use that's currently going to be used is for council meetings. After we spent $5.8 million on a new building. So how am I going to sell that to a ratepayer saying, we're going to sell your building, all right, for not next to whatever, but we're going to spend $3.5 million on a town hall so we can have a council meeting. Because we have no tenants in the bottom part.
So I would just say that the last point to that, and I'll let the mayor go, is that I think what our view is, and it's some of the stuff that Brand's talked about, is that this building, this area and the surrounding area is much more than a building to be used twice a month for council meetings. It's going to be the center, we would hope, of this community.
So it's more us.
Anyway,
you know what I mean?
I'm sure before 2024, we're going to see a far more robust of conversation with respect to this. I mean, there has been some reports that council has seen, the previous council that has seen these, and I think it would only be fair that the current council had an opportunity to see those reports. Whether it makes anything any clearer or not, I don't know, but I think it's important that prior to any signs going up, that the current council has an opportunity to see the BCA reports. So.
The only thing is if at any time that you have at any property or any town hall of any former municipality, is that you would have a town hall meeting in that hall explaining to the residents what your decision is and why.
And I can appreciate that. Go ahead. Go ahead, Councilor. No, go ahead, Councilor Martin.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to comment with Councillor Schenk there. I remember back with them when the amalgamation took place, it was kind of, I'm not saying it was law or anything, but it was a kind of an agreement where each former township was to keep their halls. And I can understand from what he's talking about, the historical factor here. And I understand maybe there hasn't been much usage out there, but I remember actually, not the last election, but the election before, there was actually a debate for council, I believe, out there in the South Fred Hall. But it was a kind of an agreement, and I don't even know what happened to Adolphus Town Hall, why that was got, left either, because it was because it was tough to get the different townships to agree. That was actually part of the kind of the schmoozing type thing to do it, was you're going to keep your township halls. So I just wanted to throw that in there as a history type thing, but.
May I say one thing just for history?
Go ahead.
So I went through amalgamation. All right. I was on county council at the time. I know all the Reeves at the time, and actually North Fred Hall was going to be the central location, and you're going to use that hall as the town hall. All right. But we felt, and Bud was on at the time, all right, that we were going to keep, because of Napanee and Goodyear Napanee and some of the other things, all right, because Loyalist Township wanted to have a brand new name rather than just call it Greater Ernestown. So they call it, brand new name was Loyalist. We call it Greater Napanee because we wanted to promote it as our central hub. All right. When we went through amalgamation, Adolphus Town, South Fredericton, Bath wanted to originally go together. We took it to court and we won that we could go, but we had to have county council's approval. All right. So the rest of the other municipalities, what they did though, is Napanee didn't want to lose the hydro plant because of the large industrial base, and Loyalist didn't want to lose a cement plant. So we were basically done. If we didn't have that, we would have been a totally separate municipality down there. All right. But just geographically, it's not that we don't get along or people don't get along in Greater Napanee. It's just that geographically it's large. All right. So I want to have one municipality and we all get together. And I know the hall down there, when they built that, Dick Babcock and a lot of the forefathers of down there, they fundraised personally. And I sent some a picture, a little bit of history of how they fundraised it and how they did it. It was a community that paid through it through Ontario Works. All right. I think the total cost was $321,000, but it was all the residents that put towards that hall. And now you're going to tell them, no, I'm not going to be the one doing that. No way.
And I think we all can appreciate that, but I think before we get too far into the weeds, I think it's probably important that we see the numbers, we see the documents, and like I say, and not just with respect to South Fred Hall. I think maybe we should look at Selby and maybe North Fred, but we compare the numbers, we see what's out there and say, listen, what do we need? What don't we need? Is there a function for it? If there's a function for it, then we keep these things. But if there isn't, I think we seriously got to look at doing something. I mean, we can't continue to move on and do what we're doing now, either putting money into buildings we're not using or just simply not using buildings at all. So, but again, I fully expect we're going to have a far more robust conversation between now and 2024 with respect to the halls. So, is there anything further?
I was just,
Go ahead.
I was just wondering, when did we actually stop using that hall?
I'm not sure that we actually stopped using it. It's, I mean, I think it's always, it's one of our facilities that are being offered for rent or offered for lease, right? So I don't have the numbers in front of me. Maybe
Your worship, we haven't stopped using it. It's still available for rent.
Okay.
And it's just that the occasions when people are requesting it are, it's not as frequent as it had been in the past. Selby is outside of the SBC banquet hall. Selby is the next most popular rental for the residents. And we do not promote one hall over the other. They're all in the same all the same promotion material that we have.
Okay, no, because I do know it gets used a lot for soccer. I'm driving back and forth from the UEL park. You're always seeing kids out there playing soccer and stuff, but you don't see, I just wondering, I haven't seen anybody actually using the hall much. So I was kind of curious about that.
So we, your worship, we'll be bringing numbers forward for all of the halls during this discussion. If for comparators, so council will see, it's a little bit difficult because COVID's in the middle of it and there was, but council will see all of the numbers that we're seeing as far as utilization. And they'll also be seeing some of the estimates on costs that we're seeing if we want to keep some of these buildings. There's some big ticket items that we're looking at to be able to continue to use them.
Yeah, because I see North Fred, they've got the new tennis courts and stuff put in there, and I don't see anything actually going anywhere else. So yeah, be interesting to see the numbers.
Just a quick question. A tour of all the halls is part of the tour of the municipality. Is that when that happens? I'm looking at Jessica, so I guess the question is directed, because you did send out an email to all the new counselors about the bus tour and going to see the different yards and all this sort of thing. And I think it would be a very good idea to include the halls. I can speak to the fact that if I were getting married, I would not be looking at South Fred Hall. I would be looking at SPC. It's newer, it's more modern, it's more central. The bathrooms are probably in way better shape. But there's no reason why South Fred could not be marketed as community kitchen. You could be doing classes there. Maybe the Women's Institute could get involved. So I think there's a way to maybe get people in the community. Mike, this is directed at you as a community member down there to get them more involved and get the numbers up. Maybe it's possible.
Go ahead, Mike.
My problem is they closed the school. All right. So geographically, we have a lot of seniors and retired people down there and farmers. The younger families are going to move closer to school, closer to town where the schools are. All right. Cost of driving, back and forth, and this and that is quite substantial. So as soon as they close the school, and HH Langford, so those, and then now you have Bath or Hammersfield with the kids. So if you have a young family, there's very few young families that move, all right, as far out as where we are, all right? And that's one of the reasons why you have low volunteer or low, volunteers for the fire department, because the younger people, our demographics are getting older and older in a rural area, all right? Because you take the guts out of it. It's just like you're going to have an industry come here. If you lose all your doctors, you know what I mean? Where are the people going to see a doctor? There's going to be a ripple effect like you've never seen before, So this is just one of the part of the many things, I'm just trying to sustain, of some type of integrity and keeping the community together rather than there's animosity all the time. And that's what I hate, because we all have to work together, but that's what I'm trying to alleviate, so we don't have that animosity, or we don't want to have that. That's the reason I was talking about having those community events, having those functions, so the whole community gets together. It builds the community, builds. So when you need those volunteers, if people are happy and having those community events, then they go, you know what, that was an excellent event. We participated in something, and you know what, it was a good fundraiser. You know what? Well, the fire department needs something, or this needs something, or that needs something, then more people will donate. But if you just go ahead and leave it to, if somebody doesn't spearhead it, I've done it for years, it just doesn't get done. So you have to grab the bull by the horns and go by and start something yourself. And that's what we were elected to do, is to serve the community. So let's get going, guys.
I think to Councillor Hicks's point, I think we were planning on doing a tour, but for the orientation, but I don't think that ever materialized. Am I correct?
Hasn't happened yet, is still on the radar to, yeah.
And maybe even more so after our conversation tonight. It might not be a
I have faith in Jessica that.
bad
it'll
idea
happen.
for show and tell. So. Okay, is there anything else? Any comments or questions? Moving forward, are we still with Brant or are we going
So I-
somewhere else?
So I'm going to deal with the next slide, but I think to summarize Brant's pieces on facilities is consider there's a general consensus to do something with this building in and around it and what the future looks like. But we understand that there's probably more work and more data to be brought back specifically around community centers. I'm assuming the other pieces around Market Hall aren't that important. The enterprise software, I know we've had a couple of different discussions around this. The comment was made to sort of, settle in the 99 Advance, see what we needed to do, the other pieces. I think we're in a position, I'm not sure if Paul's going to speak to this tonight, but I will initially, is that, our financial system's a bit at risk with the one that we have right now. So we would like to start moving away from that. And we can get more into that one. And the fact that we don't have an HR system, period, causes us a certain amount of grief. I wouldn't want to talk about it tonight, but certainly when we move to an in-camera session about some of our HR practices, I can go into more detail about what it's meant not to have any kind of HR system to support what I would consider a modern workforce. You're spending $8 million going out the door and you don't have a system to support that. People working timesheets, people doing work on the county's behalf that gets charged back. So those are the things that we have to look at. I think the ballpark price on this, if I'm not mistaken, for these two applications is in and around $150,000 for the initial purchase. And there's a payback that we've done as part of a calculation. So it's a big number, it's a big piece. And I realize there's certain things people don't like spending money on, like administration buildings, like don't like spending money on systems either. But at the end of the day, to run a modern business, you have to do some of those things. Paul, do you want to speak on especially on the financial system?
As our CAO said, there are some certain risks that are becoming more evident through our current financial system that we can speak to later as we go on. We are managing staff on a lot of timesheets that are manually written down, that are manually entered, that are manually checked, and that opens up a number of risks within that system. And as the CEO said, there's a certain amount of dollars that we're charging back to the county for a lot of the work that we do on the county roads. That becomes very difficult to manage when you have multiple spreadsheets all being manually entered into another manual system. So we're trying to get away from that sophisticated and then avoid the risks, especially when we talk about the portion to do with the tax base and the last 30 years worth of taxes and all that data and the risks to maintaining that data and the integrity of that data. So we will speak to that again. As the CAO said, the system that we're proposing has a 7-year payback because of the fact that the systems that we would be giving up to get that, it would be at a lower operating cost per year. And again, it's a 7-year payback for that, but we'll bring more details in January for that.
Councillor Pennell, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you, either to Paul or John, but a number was just dropped of $150,000 for this. And I thought that we were being weaned or being taught into, or that this system was a lot more than that.
It's if we were to implement the full system from top to bottom, the number was actually about $435,000 to implement it. And I'll just correct the CAO. What we're proposing for the finance and the HR piece is it's a $200,000 upfront initial cost, just slightly more. And again, with the amount that we'd be saving with the operational cost, that would pay that back in 7 years.
Okay.
So the reason for doing that is, again, reading the room with the initial price tag, and some of the stuff that was said was basically go away. So what we did is we went back and said, okay, what's most important to us? And especially around some of the commentary that get yourself sorted out 99, there are some efficiencies. So we looked at it purely from what do we see is most at risk, and it's the financial system and it's the lack of an HR system. So that's why the different number.
And then once we're on the system, then is there modules or something that can be added onto it?
We would end up coming back to the plan to be able to put it all over, like right now, as we want to be able to serve the residents as easily as possible without having to look up. You know, you want to know what your ice time is. We're going to look up this system. You want a dog tag. We need to look up this system. Bring it all into once. You bring up one customer and you can look up their dog tag. You can look up their ice time. You can look up their tax bill. You can look up the historical and give that sort of information is where we want to go. However, there is implementation time with this. So we've taken a step back to say, to not do the whole thing at once, but to do the pieces as John said, that are at risk the most, take that time to implement it and then come back with a stage process to bring in all the other pieces as well to eventually hit that goal where we're on a full ERP system and we can serve the residents fully from top to bottom at one location. And I don't mean location is in physical space, but location is in a piece of software. We can give them all the information.
So it's interesting through this process that, and Nathan can speak to this probably better than anyone else. So what we've done is we've taken 8 people in 3 different locations, 4 different locations, managing, let's say, 7 different processes into one location, and we can't do it all because they're using 6 different systems. So what moving into one location is, as actually highlighted, is that we can't do it all in one location because you have so many disparate systems, which was kind of a hidden piece when you're in different buildings. You didn't realize it because we didn't have somebody that, for example, Michael has 2 staff that only did building permits and planning. Those 2 ladies now are at the front desk answering questions on other stuff, right? But they don't have the tools to do it because the tools aren't connected. We can't put one computer in front of them and say, here, use everything. So what coming together has actually highlighted how disparate we are in our systems. Okay.
Deputy Mayor Cowler.
Through your worship, enterprise software, where are they located out of?
It's actually Town Suite and they're located in Newfoundland.
Newfoundland, okay.
So we've actually tendered this through an RFP. So we've done the evaluation. We've done the evaluation piece.
So it's $200,000 roughly to get started at it. And what is our monthly fee?
Our yearly fee is, I think it's in I have to get more specific later, but I think it's around $90,000 as opposed to about $140,000 that we're paying for these different pieces that are currently tied into the financial end.
Normally when you buy software, you pay an implementation fee, and the value of that software every 5 years, you're basically, it's a 20%. Normally it's 20% in around that range that you're paying, depending on software.
So you're saying roughly $90,000 a year on top of the 200,000.
Yes.
Okay.
And as I said, currently we'd be replacing about $140,000 a year.
And I think to Councillor Shank's point earlier, when we were talking about all those numbers and how they came together in contract services and stuff, when we bring those back, you'll start seeing those numbers, right, in terms of how they're built up.
Okay.
My only question is when I go through this whole, when I went through this whole part, I break everything down as during any budget. I do this myself. You know what I mean? What are my needs? What are my wants? And what are my wishes? All right. So what do we need to operate? You know what I mean? What are my wants that, oh geez, would it be really nice? And then holy jobless, I like to have a Lamborghini or something like that also. So I just want to bring that to everybody's attention, that and the staff's attention, that sure, there's a lot of things that I wish we could have, but we'll have to see how the numbers run out in January and see how can we fiscally do it, you know, because it's the taxpayers. When you consider what the interest rates are and what the inflationary costs are and everything else, you can only dip so much. Or doing the farming analogy, the canal will only produce so much milk, and it doesn't matter how hard you pull, there's just only so much milk there.
Sir Hicks, you have,
I do.
okay, go ahead.
Let me just refresh what I had there. So I can say this. My professional background, I worked with an ERP system and everything was connected. If I wanted to see it was a manufacturing plan, I could see planning, I could see procurement, I could see supply, I could see inventory, I could see everything. One system. Reports, it generated reports. I appreciate the fact that it's been scaled back and presented as the need. So to answer Mike's question, as somebody working on the front desk, I can only imagine the level of frustration that these people are going to feel until things are consolidated. So I would like more information, of course, as we move forward, but this I feel is a need. And I had spoke to John about this and Jessica and, customer service, this goes right back to customer service. And the ratepayers are our customers. And this is going to improve their experience when dealing with the corporation. So it's as a starting point. That's just my point of view. Thank you.
Any other comments? I just have one. If by doing this or purchasing this in modules, do we still have the same problem or issue with we're still not all on one system? And until we get all on one system, we're still going to be on a number of different systems. Would I be correct in saying that?
So I think, and Dave's not here, who I'd call our chief technology officer, so we all sort of dabble into stuff. I think realistically, the other thing I was going to say is that normally we need to implement on our ERP, and you probably know this, is you do your financial system first, right? That's your foundation.
Absolutely. It's the financial system that drives it.
So everything translates to dollars. So you'd want to do this one first. So it's a natural way to do it. You'd learn from it. You train people. This is probably, I'm going to guess it's probably a 2 to 3 year piece in terms of the evolution of the way we do business now and the way we do business in the future, right? Because there's also change management, there's training, there's all kinds of stuff that comes with it.
It's not going to be painless.
So, we've experienced this just moving into a new building, right? Where you're not really changing that much. So I think this is the best way to do it. But again, I know from experience, anytime you talk about spending money on technology, people will go, no, I don't want to do it. You can't see it, you can't touch it. It's not like buying a truck, not shiny. I think Paul had something to.
Yeah, go ahead, Paul.
So to answer your question, Mayor Richardson, this will cut it down because currently we have a financial system, we have a water billing system, and then we have a numerous amount of spreadsheets for putting in people's time in order to pay them. This will bring those three pieces into one. We're still going to have to look through a different system at this point for recreation, for your ice time and that sort of thing. But this will consolidate three of those pieces into one. That's step one.
Okay, yeah, that's kind of what I was looking for. Thank you. Any other questions? Deputy Mayor Calver.
So with this system, would it replace any staff or would we need to hire more staff to put it in play, or how's that going to work out?
So I'm going to answer this one. So I've had a discussion with the mayor around this. So this will make us more efficient. Will it mean that I'm going to line 3 people up and say, we don't need you tomorrow? No. But I think, choose my words carefully. I think over a period of time, we will be a lot more efficient and require less people doing transactional work. And that will either lead to less people or more people doing knowledge-based work. I don't know if I've answered your question, but I'm guaranteed it won't increase the people. It'll actually decrease it or shift them to doing other work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Anything further? Seeing nothing, we'll move on to the next portion.
I know Brant was going to talk about this, but I do want to lead into this, especially based on the deputation we had earlier today, and it's not to counter that deputation. I think what we're looking at in terms of what the municipality does with the downtown core, yeah, we're not marketers, we don't run businesses and we don't pretend to run businesses. But I think if you look at this list, for example, beautification, Christmas lights, anything else that this council wants us to do, what we'd be looking for is let's decide how we interact with, I would say, the physical infrastructure of the downtown core. Let the downtown merchants do whatever. We don't want to get involved with what downtown merchants are doing to run downtown businesses. But when it comes to lighting it up, making it pedestrian friendly, marketing it as a community, a part of a broader community, and I think we can get into the Quinte Marketing Board as not just marketing the downtown core, it can market Napanee. And when people say, well, I don't see the advertising in Greater Napanee, well, you're not supposed to see it because they're marketing to people outside of Greater Napanee. So I think if what we've had in terms of our internal discussions is let's figure out what we do for the physical infrastructure, and some of those examples are in there. Fund it likely through one of the options is some sort of like the BIA with a levy, a special area. Figure out what you want. So if you want to put Santorinos in it, draw your line however you want to draw it, charge them X number of dollars, and for those X number of dollars, they get those services. What they want to do outside of that, and correct me if I'm wrong, Brant, correct, but anything outside of that in terms of what they do business related, we don't want to be involved in that. It's not the municipality's place. So as far as we're concerned, I don't think we don't need an association. What we need is direction in terms of what does this council want this municipality to do for the downtown, and how do you want to fund, period. And we'll simply do it.
See,
Go ahead, Councilor Shank. Yeah.
you know, I'm gonna let somebody else speak, you know, and then I'll be the last one.
Is there anybody else that wants to comment? I will.
Okay, I'll say
Yeah,
that
I
the
will.
mayor has the last say. They see, I totally disagree. I believe the municipality has to be involved to the point, not to run their business, but we can't stand back as a straight business. You know what? We'll provide the service. You guys run your own thing. If we don't try to solve the problems, then you end up with those factions like they have been fighting, but hasn't been dealt with in the appropriate manner. I feel that if you don't get involved, then you have that I'm here, then you have those little fiefdoms, and it's not a community anymore. All right, because I'll provide the service, and this is what you do. Well, you know, so what service do I have where I live? You know what I mean? I totally understand. That's when I get my little area. Then when I say I live on the Bay Shore Road and it didn't get plowed till 1 o'clock in the afternoon. I had to drive into town. Thank goodness I have a 4-wheel drive truck, but I went past here and in town it was snow plowed at 7. So now it's all me and him. Now you keep that, you're creating that division. So with the downtown, if you all put them together and say, now let's play nice in the sandbox, guys. Now what's going to be, what do you want? This is what we're going to tax you with. Now we all have to work together so we have those community events in the downtown. So when you have the turning on the lights, maybe there's a function, you know what I mean? Then you get that all the community together, because you're not going to ever get a volunteer if you create those factions as just as a straight businessman saying, this is the money I collect, this is what you're going to get. So I'm on the belief is that, yes, we have to work together. It will be tough. All right. But we have to work together as a community to make those things succeed. I can't just simply say, we're going to charge you for putting on the lights. We're going to charge you for going ahead and do anything else. We're going to do it, look after the physical parts, but anything else that you do, that's your problem.
So I think if, and correct me if I'm wrong, I think the best example we can use is probably the parade, right? So we have one person, 2 people who help organize those things and make things available, but they don't run it, right? They organize volunteers. So again, I think it comes to defining what you want municipal staff doing.
That's
Because to work with the downtown core, what we see is that now if you want us to be the resource that can point them to stuff. But again, we don't hire people to do a lot. So it's again, defining functions so that we can actually staff it so everybody knows.
So
what's there, right?
what I said, John, sorry.
Yeah, no, go ahead, Mike.
Is what I'm saying is we know that the vehicle down there, the wheels have wobbled off. All right. To bring it back, I'm not saying I'm gonna put one staff member down there because that's not gonna work. You take one counselor down there, it's not gonna work. What Terry said, or what the mayor said, is that you have a committee of council. You get all the factions together, saying what's gonna work, what isn't gonna work. Let's have a plan in place. All right. And you will have one staff member with all the committee of council taking the notes or whatever you're gonna do. Say, okay, what's gonna work and what is gonna do work. So if somebody goes offside, you have all of council and all the other people, because you're gonna have somebody that's it's just human nature that wants to be the show ahead, that wants to go sideways on you. All right. So, but if you have everybody together as working as a group, I think it'll work. If I didn't have faith in my community, I'd stay on my tractor and I would have been just as happy boy and I'd be gone in Hawaii right now. But I ran for council, so I want to make this community work. So that's why let's give it a benefit of the doubt and see if we can make it work this way. We got a new council, got new ideas. You know, I think everybody's keen on it and see it, because I know it can be extremely frustrating. I know Bob sat on, from what I've heard, on the BIA, you know, and everybody's been banging their head against the wall. So let's see how we can make it work rather than sending one guy to the wolves. All right, we'll all sit down and we'll all either be smiling in a year or we'll all be going, at least we tried. That's my point of view. Maybe I'm an optimist. Sorry.
I think regardless of that, you still need some sort of a plan to do this, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Other comments? I guess where I was going to weigh in on it was that where we seem to have run into the problem was the decision-making of what was going on down there. Does this process here turn the decision-making onto our people in the downtown area, or is the decision-making still within our grasp with respect to beautification, the marketing, and that's the most recent spots where we've got ourselves into, I guess, a jackpot on it.
So, Your Worship, what we're suggesting for 2023 is we know where the pressure points are as far as staff resources and time and equipment use. And right now, beautification. If a group of business owners cannot organize themselves sufficiently and in time, we don't have a lot of time to address the beautification issue. There's things that have to be ordered, there's planning that has to be done, and that can't wait for a group of people to step forward. So, and then the other one is the Christmas lights. We know we're going to have to do that. We know we're going to have to do the display. So we need to start planning for that, and there's going to be cost to that. And we can't wait for a group of people to do that. So where we're concentrating on those things that we can influence right now are those things where the community expects to see, not just the business owners, but the entire community expects to see flowers and shrubbery downtown. They expect to see some cleanup of the market square, and they expect to see displays up at Christmas time. And that's where we should be concentrating our efforts this year with the lack of, and this is staff, I'm not saying that this is not saying that council shouldn't be working with the business owners, but we need to start concentrating on some of those things, because even now we're starting to run out of time on the spring season and getting things ordered.
And I can appreciate that. I mean, I can understand that. And the bright light show and displays, I mean, I don't think there's a lot of flexibility in that unless we decide to go to I'd go down a different road with it, right? So, and that's a decision that council, we will have to make. But outside of that, if we don't make that decision, the lights are going up in the same manner, the same way that they have for the last number of years, I guess. I guess my concern is that how much of the decision-making done the people that are working down, as Rennie had said tonight, how much of the decision making will be done by them? How much of the decision making will be done by either council or staff? And I think that's where we're going to run into problems as we have most recently. I guess in a perfect world, when we see a report come back from staff, I mean, this can be one of the options. I guess probably in a perfect world, we see some other options as well with respect to reforming the BIA or some resemblance thereof, whether it's a merchants association or tweaking the BIA. And I think that's where I was trying to go earlier, the fact that if we can get all the details with the BIA and how it worked or how it didn't work, it may give us a path forward as to where we're going to go with it. But I mean, obviously this could be one of the options. I'd just like to see some other options as well, as to see if.
So your worship, in as example of beautification last year after the BIA dissolved, we did work with the merchants to deliver what their expectations were for the year. We didn't cut off communications with the merchants. We worked with people who were willing to work with us. That's not coded, but we worked with many merchants downtown during the last year. And unfortunately, some people felt that they weren't being communicated with, but I mean, there were many meetings and many long meetings with staff, with business owners downtown. And that would continue this year coming, where staff would not, for example, every year they have to pick a color theme for the flowers. Staff's not going to do that. They're going to do that through consultation. As far as where, if there's any changes to any of the beds, for example, that's going to be done through consultation. It's not going to be done by staff on their own making that decision.
Councillor Hicks, yeah, go ahead.
So we're talking through your worship to Brant. So we're talking $160,000 in 2023 for what's on the screen, roughly. Is that coming from the town, or is that coming from the levy through the BIA? Are we still collecting funds? Because where I'm getting is these, as you said, and rightly so, this is the community. This is what the community expects to see. When I drive through town to get my groceries and go to the bank, I expect to see flowers hanging off those poles. I expect to see the big bright lights. I want to see the figures down in the park. Outside of what night they have the downtown shopping party. And in talking to just a couple of people that night, I said, have you ever thought about a daytime parade? Daytime parades? Yes, I can see my neighbor across the road, but the store owners are going, oh my God, it's a nightmare. You got mobs of people. Nobody's buying anything. They're just coming in to get warm and let their kids spill hot chocolate. So that's the nighttime parade. The stores are closed and the focus is on the floats. I thought, oh, that makes sense. That's a good answer. I asked the question and I got the answer. So they know their business, they know what they want to do as far as marketing. If this is all we're going to do to support and then let them go on their own as a collective and decide on major events, if that's the way that downtown and surrounding areas want to work, then, but it has to be a consultation with them too, I think. I think the meeting with them as early as possible in January is needed. I'm not disagreeing with what's here.
I'm just thinking of the number of the meetings in.
Yeah, I know, January, I'm just gonna, book off.
The one thing I agree with is John, is that what Brett is asking for is the things that have to be done.
Regardless.
Yes, you have process, you have to do those things. I just wanted to come to a conclusion at the end that something, but those things, I have to order my seat, you know what I mean? You have to order your, whatever you have to do to run that function down there, also to do the basics. That's a given, so.
And I think the way we describe it internally is core competencies, right? We're not marketers, we're not business owners. We don't run businesses. Well, we run a municipal business, but it's,
rephrase that.
right?
You are.
we run a municipal business.
No, that's right.
So let them do their private business stuff and let us help them in terms of those things that we need to help them with, which is beautification lights and things like that. So it's just. Because at the end of the day, the BIA is a legislative and a mechanism by which you collect the money to do things, right? So what we're saying is there's another way of doing that outside the BIA. We just have to define it.
Deputy Mayor Calver.
So I know there's a lot of talk here about the cost of beautification and so on and so forth, but even though takes place in the downtown core, I have a business uptown in the industrial park. It's amazing my clientele that come in that talk about, our bright light show here, what it brings to them, the joy it brings to them, the figurines, the beautification of the flowers and so on and so forth. And that's something that we need. I feel we need to provide for the community, not just the downtown, because when people come to visit from out of town, if the downtown looks like crap, that's the impression that we get for the entire municipality. That's just my point of view, but I mean, we need to do what we can do to keep the downtown looking decent and continuing forward. I mean, the lights, the figurines, the flower pots, the flower beds, that's all part of the municipality. So somehow or another, we got to make that all work.
Any more comments, questions? I think it was a good conversation. I think we got an idea of something.
We got another meeting out of it.
Yep, which is not necessarily a bad thing. Okay, if there's nothing else, we'll move on. I think waste management.
Can I just say one more thing?
Sure, go ahead. Council.
Is there some way that we can spend just a little bit of money and get a can of paint, and paint where the peeling paint is off the end of the hall and 12 Market Square, Gus? Because like the people that have opened new businesses over here in Market Square, it's amazing how the Market Square has improved already. But our own buildings here, and I know we got to spend a lot of money here, but just something to just temporarily make it look appealing from somebody driving down the street.
I guess if I may, my only reservation doing that is spending money that you'd have to either undo or I don't even know if the engineers would say you should even keep these bricks painted, right?
Because we're going to be quite a while though, aren't we, before we actually do the renovation here?
I think there's some work we can do relatively quickly on the exterior portion of it, but
Well, that's what I meant.
I would want to slap up a coat of paint just to say that it's done and then have to redo the following year. But I don't think we want to languish either in terms of what we want to do with the exterior of this building.
Well, it's been looking bad for like at least 5 years, maybe 10. So
No, but I think now we're actually going to do something about it now.
good, thanks.
Okay, moving on.
You want to deal with waste management, Peter? Okay.
So currently, bag tag sales for the municipality, it only funds about 50% of curbside collection for recycling and garbage. So even if you're live at home by yourself and generate one bag of waste per month, you're still contributing to subsidizing that service. So the concept you see in front of you tonight is just basically looking at it just a little bit different. So if you want to look at it, maybe use the analogy, look at fixed variable costs. If we spread the cost, the average cost of curbside collection, recycling, and garbage across a wide base of residential users at a $3 per bag, there would be no tag on it. So that cost there comes very close to covering average costs. And if you look at the people in the community who are higher users would have to purchase additional bag tags. So those additional funds that would be created for that could be used to have a more sustainable approach to waste management. Some of that money would have to be used to pay the difference, because the $3 a bag doesn't cover all the costs, but it comes close. And it also, it would allow things like if the community, if council wanted to look at an organics program, maybe the additional bag tag sales would contribute towards a service like that, whether it's the, front end cost of bins or it's towards the service, whatever that may be. There's also other costs that it could help contribute towards as well. We don't contribute any funds towards any long-term plans with our waste sites. So a few years back, we closed the Roblin site, and that was an unexpected cost to do cap and closure. So, that can happen if a site's not managed properly in the south as well. So you want to be having to establish a bit of reserves to start working towards long-term future of waste collection. So that's kind of the concept of it. It's just kind of looking at it from the other side of the coin and providing a more stable, reliable funding source, making it almost more towards a user pay.
Any comments or questions? Go ahead, Councilor Brunel.
Thank you, through your worship. Peter, did we not have a resolution on the books that there was an increase in the bag tags in the price of that?
Through your worship, there wasn't fixed to dates, but it was kind of a step process in how you do that. It would probably be more this what we're throwing as just a high level concept today would probably be better received by the community than that. Back in the day when those numbers were discussed, we were upwards of $6+ per bag, and that wouldn't go over too well. This is probably a much more palatable approach to that.
So this is one of the with that resolution that we have on the books, it's one that was made with no start date, no end date. So it's just out there floating around type of thing.
Through or so, I believe. I don't think we were painted into a corner per se with respect to that. It was going to be something that was going to be reviewed on an annual basis, and depending on where we were going, and there's sometimes the council had an appetite to move on it, and sometimes not so much.
It was a relatively vague resolution. It said, get to a point where it becomes self-funding over a period of time.
Okay.
Yeah. So to be clear on this one, what this does is it adds 52 times 3, 156 to your tax bill. So what it then says is that if you put out a bag of garbage a week, there's no tags required. Put out a second bag, you have to buy a bag tag. Now, I think the numbers that Christie did, in all transparency, comes out to, I think, 29 bags over 52 weeks. So technically everybody puts out whatever 29 divided by 52 is of a bag. So there are some people that don't put out a bag a week, but we're going to charge everybody a bag a week. But I think that gets us, $1.2 million on a 1.15 on a $1.2 million contract. So to Peter's point, this sort of, without going, I think we'd have to go to an $8 or a $9 bag tag. This would probably alleviate a lot of the selling of bag tags and the administrative burden that comes with that, because quite frankly, that's something we need not be doing, because it's low impact for high cost and low impact, right? So let's get rid of them all together, or just give them to merchants to sell. So that's kind of the concept behind this one.
Councilor Shank?
No, I have probably, let's say 15 or 20 tax bills. I mean, every tax bill, I'm gonna get $3 or one for my resident.
No, if you pay $4,000 in taxes, your tax bill is now $4,156.
Yeah, but that's, you didn't answer my question. I have 5 tax bills.
Oh,
I have way more than 5.
okay.
All right, but I've got, 20 tax bills.
So
Being
let
on
me
every
stop
tax
you before you take me down a rabbit hole. This is a concept. You either say, no, we don't like the concept, or you say, yeah, we like the concept. We'll come back and we'll flesh it out. Because you've got commercial properties, you've got condos, you got all kinds of stuff that's going to trip us up in this discussion.
Yeah.
But if you like the idea of 52 times 3, we'll come back, we'll flesh it out, we'll give you a plan with some options around some of your issues.
So my issue is that I'm totally against it, because I'm not paying, thousands of dollars because I have 20 different tax bills.
You have a
But-
residence on every one of them?
No,
Well,
on
then-
my personal residence, that's what I'm saying. Where I live.
Yeah.
I'll pay the 100, what I think the concept would work. But if you're going on based on every tax bill, no, it's not gonna work. You're gonna have so much pushback.
I think it's based on the number, and I think Christie has this information. It's the number of residents at which you pick up garbage.
Okay.
Right?
Okay, so.
So if there's no garbage being picked up, we're not being charged.
All right,
pick
so if
garbage
I'm
up.
paying for where my resident is, yes, but fine, but I'm not gonna pay for
Yeah.
a vacant farmland because it was
No,
on
no.
a tax bill.
But again, this is to provoke the discussion to say, yeah, this could be an alternative what we're doing.
very good job at that.
Counselor Hicks, go ahead.
So are you looking for an informal poll, whether we like it or not?
I
I'm
think
in.
y'all like it.
I'm in. I put out one bag every 2 weeks.
It's the only thing that's worked so far
And I
tonight.
don't have to worry about whether or not I have a tag. I'm good.
There'll be some exceptions.
We don't need another meeting.
And we, oh, stop.
I guess, if you got a comment, Brian, go ahead.
So did you say that if it's a residential and they don't pick up garbage, you're not gonna be taxed that 100 and change, or is it just every residential is gonna get taxed
I
whether they
think
put
we'd
garbage out
have
or
to
not?
figure out what that looks like, Peter, based on Christie's data, but the data I saw is I think there's 7,000 places where we pick up garbage. Something
Because
like-
they've never picked up garbage at my house the last 23 years. I just was curious how they were doing it. I don't care. one way or
Any
the other.
of the stuff, the devil's in the details, right?
Yeah.
But again, tonight is around, do you like the idea? If I had 7 people saying, no, your idea stinks, then we wouldn't bring back a more detailed report. But if you think it's okay, then we'll bring it back.
It's sounding okay.
So let's skip that one.
Any further comments or questions?
When?
I guess,
Counselor Shank wants to go home an hour ago.
I guess my only concern is how do we capture the renters? Or is it,
Yeah.
does the property go, or does it get charged back to the property owner? But how do we capture the people that aren't paying taxes that are ultimately,
Yes.
that are just the renters? Anyway, that's
Food for thought.
any other comments, questions? We'll move on.
4 slides left.
We're getting there.
Michael, do you want to talk about, we'll do this by GMs, Michael, planning technician.
Yeah, sure thing. Thank you. As discussed earlier, Bill 109 is going to put a lot of pressure on us. Probably end up seeing an influx of applications, needing to get to decisions more timely, having some other level of planning support, whether that's a planning technician or an RPP registered professional planner. That would be of great assistance to the planning department. Help better manage applications and managing those reviews, coordinating all of our reviewers so that there's a cohesive review and recommendation as a result, and allow us to do more in-house planning work. This is something that we're going to flush out, whether it is a planning technician or a planner. We'll provide these numbers, what salary and benefits would look like for either position, and we can have those discussions during budget deliberations in later January.
And I'll just add on to that from a management standpoint. I would like to get him out of sitting at that table every 2 weeks. Because it consumes an incredible amount of his time. And normally most municipalities, you don't have your chief planner, chief building official sitting doing planning, committee of adjustment. Normally it's a junior planner that does it and allows him to concentrate on more things. So he's working more reasonable hours, but I'll leave that one at that. Because he will never say he's working overtime. Jeff, unless there's questions on this one.
Any questions, comments? Moving on.
Okay, so the public works technician, I'll paint a real short picture on kind of what we've done in recent years. We do a lot of in-house capital work that wasn't done historically. So you've seen, we used to do capital works, just included basically what we had for gas tax. It was very limited scope. That has changed drastically. We're working towards, we're trying to get to that $3.7 million sustainable number for our infrastructure renewal. So we've had to find creative ways to how to do it. So we've had to do a lot of in-house capital prep work to pull some low-hanging fruit out of contracts and try to do as much as we can with our own staff. So that's created a significant demand on what we do. We've had great success. But it's caused a great demand on staff. So to put the staffing in perspective, typically in municipalities across the region, you'd see a whole department of staff that get involved with this type of work. We have one, and he's sitting right to my left. So not only does he do organize all the capital renewal programs, but he also oversees the public works department. So there, you know, he doesn't have a right-hand man per se to do a lot of the prep work, drawing preparations, even administer some of the contracts and do that type of stuff. So there, those types of work we can do a lot more with this position, and then to get probably to the bottom line, the cost proportion of it. Right now, we're paying someone to do that through a consulting fee, right? So it's just more, it's an additional scope that the consultants are receiving, costing the taxpayers money. If we had in-house capabilities of doing that, it's we estimate with fairly high probability that position alone would probably be 25% paid for just by the reduction in engineering services.
Questions, comments? Seeing none. Cemetery lead hand.
Your worship, over the last 4 years, we have taken over responsibility for the largest cemeteries, active cemeteries in Napanee. We've also recently taken over Roblin. We've had discussions with Mount Pleasant, which is an active cemetery, and St. Albans and Adolphustown is in the process of trying to transfer their cemetery to us. It's also an active cemetery. We've also had inquiries from 2 others. What's becoming apparent is that we're about at the tipping point where of the workload, and believe that one of the 2 cemetery laborers could become a lead hand. Right now, we're paying $53,000 a year in service contracts for the cemeteries. Most of that $53,000 is in the digging of casket graves. We have the equipment that we could be doing it in-house, and a cemetery lead hand could be doing that to recover some of the costs of the position.
Questions, comments? Seeing none. Oh, sorry. Councillor Hicks, go ahead.
Through your worship. I see at the bottom, Brant, assume for planning purposes, 100,000.
That was, through your worship, that was my scary number.
Yeah, that's.
I understand. And
big-
the cemetery lead hand is not a new position.
No, so there's currently a cemetery laborer that would become a lead hand. And then that increase in the difference could be offset with performing some of the services ourselves.
Okay, I just wanted some clarification. Thank you.
Yep. Any other, Deputy Mayor Calver?
So how many people do we have hired just to look after cemeteries?
The active cemeteries, we have 2 cemetery laborers during the summer months who do, one goes to work in public works in the winter, and the other goes to work at the SPC facilities in the winter. And then we also have 2 summer students. And also too, just so you know that the inactive cemeteries, the crews that are out cutting the ball diamonds and the roadways are also doing the inactive cemeteries in the rural areas.
Okay.
Any further? Councillor.
Brett, just so in January, we're not gonna make another meeting out of it, but what your cost is to run for cutting grass in those cemeteries, because I know it's probably unbelievable, because I think there's gonna be efficiencies out there that maybe we could contract a certain amount of other, the little, like, of the third concession, there's a little park there, all right, boat ramp. The neighbor, years ago, we used to just, here's $100, what do you need to cut it? When you finish cutting your lawn, could you cut that? You know what I mean? If we could look at certain areas where, just to, because of the maintenance and your drive time and your fuel and your depreciation on your lawnmower and everything else, it's, if we could get a cost of what that is, and maybe some ideas of maybe not taking on such big workload. When you're doing cemeteries, I understand you have to have a skilled person to do it, and those people that the town has have to do that. But if it's an open field or another area that's not really, it might be cheaper to have somebody else do it than having some summer students do it. At least look at that option. I'm provoking discussion.
Any further discussion? Comments, questions? If not, we'll move on to the part-time facility attendant.
So in past years, there was 2 part-time facility attendants. The last few years, we've been working with 1. We would like to get back to 2. The issue being that we're finding ourselves short on many days when if somebody calls in sick, for example, or somebody's on vacation, we don't have enough staff to not put somebody in an overtime position. It worked more efficiently in the past when there was 2 part-time positions.
Comments, questions?
This is at the SPC.
I suspect.
Yes.
So,
Yes, okay.
And this would, sorry, if there's no other comments or questions, this would be, is it on a as needed basis or is there
That's
guaranteed hours?
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
As call as needed.
Unfortunately, the 1 part-timer we have now is actually on a set schedule.
Yeah. Okay. Any questions or comments on that? Bylaw enforcement officer. Oh, sorry, Jess.
No, that's all right. So through your worship, throughout 2022, we have had a number of discussions with the previous council, particularly around things like the short-term accommodations bylaw, where the discussion has been, if you want to see more enforcement done, we do not have the bodies to do it. So if you want, you know, a full in-depth licensing and inspection process for your short-term rentals, you need the capacity to support that. And 1 employee is not going to do that. There's also been some discussions just about the difference between having contracted bylaw services, which we have been served very well by Frontenac Enforcement. But there is sometimes that perspective that having that in-house staff, you have a little bit more direct control over the service standards and how they operate and where they prioritize than you maybe do if it's a contracted service. Is that something that's important to council? This one really is a discussion of what do you want your bylaw enforcement to look like? And then once we know that, we can look at what is it going to cost us to get there. This one's maybe a little more open-ended than some of these other ones.
Any questions?
Absolutely.
Deputy Mayor Kellogg.
So what are we paying Frontenac for? Like what's their annual cost that we're paying to farm it out?
Sorry, I should have that pulled up. I do have it here. So we are currently paying $60,000 a year for 28 hours per week. And that is inclusive of all vehicles, equipment, staffing benefits and everything. They are responsible for all of that. We pay them $60,000 a year.
So 60,000 a year, we're paying for 28 hours a week.
Yeah.
And what do we pay our current bylaw officer that we have?
More than that. A full-time employee, sorry, should have had this chart up.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I guess my question is like, can we hire more bylaw if we're not, in-house bylaw people? Because our bylaw enforcement has really fallen to the wayside over the years because of lack of bodies. Our property standards have slipped. You go around some of these houses and whatnot, people's yards, maintenance. Back in the day, we used to have a bylaw enforcement officer, and I mean, he was out driving around patrolling and writing citations, writing warnings, giving you X number of days to get things cleaned up, tidied up, doing parking stuff, generating income basically to offset his job. So I don't know. I guess what's it cost to hire a bylaw officer?
So through your worship, we did do some of this analysis with the short-term accommodations and rough numbers. The cost difference to cancel our service contract and add another full-time employee is a net difference of around, once you account for all your training, your equipment, your, like all of it, not just your wages, looking at about a $33,000 to $34,000 per year increase. That's to swap the one contract. If Michael's telling me maybe higher than that, we with the $60,000 savings cost from canceling that contract. Another option to look at would potentially be adding on some seasonal or part-time positions during your busier, high-intensity months. That's going to be some additional costs on top of that, but rough ballpark numbers, that's what we'd be looking at.
Counselor Shank, yep.
So Jessica, I suggest so, because it's, could you possibly, when we go to the January meetings, that you have a proposal in place to go ahead? Because right now it's not existing.
No,
So
absolutely.
You could have some of those options down in paper that we can discuss.
Absolutely. This right now is just to get the idea out there. If you hate it and you're like, no, we don't care about bylaw enforcement, make do with one person, then we won't go do that work, right? But if we're open to the discussion, we'll go do that work and come back with it.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
No.
Provoking this.
No,
So all I'm saying is if
absolutely.
you could go ahead and have something like that in January,
Yep.
that'd be great.
Any other comments? I'll just weigh in. For me, it's a kind of a no-brainer that our contract with Frontenac is now run out. We're getting 28 hours a week. We have an opportunity to hire a full-time person for 35 or 40 hours a week. There may be a difference in cost, but we're also getting a difference in service because we're getting more hours a week. So timing on is pretty good, but that's just my thoughts. I'll leave it at that. And we will move on if there's nothing else. What do we got left here?
So clearly we are at a tipping point in the fire service. We have 26 vacancies. We've been trying for the last 6.5 months to recruit staff. With increased pressures from all aspects of town for recruitment and volunteerism, numbers down and people not wanting to work. We've garnished 8 positions for this year. We're on average losing 20% of our workforce every year. It costs about $10,000 over a 24-month period to staff, equip, and train a firefighter. We're losing firefighters to full-time departments because of the 24-hour shifts. We're losing our volunteers because they're well paid elsewhere and they're well trained by us. So we are asking for 4 full-time staff this year and next year to move us into a position where we can offer a 24-hour shift with 3 minimum on staff, which would allow us to roll a truck within 4 minutes of the standard time and not the 8 minutes to 12 minutes that we're doing now. Have any questions?
Thank you, Worship, through you. Chief, you're saying suggesting going to a 24-hour shift?
It's an option we have to keep staff here.
Okay.
Yes.
So then we'd have to do some renovations to the halls as well for sleeping arrangements and that sort of stuff?
Nope.
No? How do you have somebody work 24 hours without having?
Well, there's ways that we can turn our classroom into having Murphy beds and that sort of stuff. But I mean, that's way out there at this point. I mean, 24-hour shift would just keep the staff that we've got qualified and trained here in town and not have us turn over every year. 20% of those, our full-time staff are leaving to go to bigger sites for 24-hour shifts. Somebody had asked a question earlier or mentioned it earlier that, you know, a lot of our calls, we're not going to fires anymore. Well, we never really went to a lot of fires. What we do is we do a lot of 911 rescue calls. We do a lot of public assists. We're mandated to do public education, prevention, inspection upon complaint or request, and then respond. So it's the front end piece that we can't do a whole lot of with the staff we have, the minimum staffing numbers that we have. When we're running medical calls, upwards of 40 and 50% of a 600-year call. So there's a lot of other things, moving parts here. I just don't have the staff to do what level of service that you've set for us moving forward into this next year without more staff.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other comments or questions?
Well, I will,
Go ahead, Mike.
while I'm on this side of it. I understand the needs, you know what I mean? But fiscally, you know what a full-time firefighter costs, you know what I mean? So you got $100,000 plus benefits and everything else, all right? And for how many calls do we have? You got, let's say you have 600 calls, but 50% of those calls, all right, are medicals, all right? Right now, you don't even administer oxygen unless you're O2 stat, I think it's below 93, all right? So, and how many times do you chase the ambulance? All right, you got 2 ambulances. You got 2 paramedics that are in an ambulance. They go to a call. All right, and you got how many people in a fire truck going? And then you get stood down. And how many times did you get stood down? So if you take half your calls and or program it or figure out a way that you could just go ahead and say, if you're 30 minutes out, or if you're a BSA, or if you know what I mean, or if he's and he's doing cardiac and something like that to reduce those calls, because you're going to have to reduce it, because physically we can't afford a $300,000 IT, 400 all. It's going to cost $500,000 for 4 firefighters. I mean, the taxpayers only can afford so much. So there's the needs, the wants, and the wishes. So you're going to have to either cut back on your services on your medical calls. All right. All right. Because I can understand when you went through the process of having 2 people on every shift to hire 4 more people. And when 50% of the calls are medical calls and you're chasing the ambulance anyway, yeah, you know, and then that's just medicals. You're not looking at, if you look at the other things that were into it also, that were, what did we do? You know what I mean? It just, we only have so much money, guys. That's all.
So can I just, to your point earlier, Councillor Shank, if we cut out medical calls, then Dorland Station closes.
Then you know what? But all I'm saying is why is that? Why is Dorland Station closed then? Why is that?
Because 80% of their calls are medical calls.
And then Roblin Station, how many calls do they have then?
They come into town a lot more. So they're probably 200 calls more than Dorland because of responses in town.
So because they're using them as mutual aid, all right, them coming in, backing up you guys.
Well, they're closer, yes.
They're closer. So, but the point is how many calls does Roblin have itself?
I don't have that stat in front of me.
But probably what, if Dorland had 80, they would have 40, 50? Oh, that
No,
breakdown.
Roblin?
Yeah.
No, it's totally opposite.
So
Councillor Shank.
They have more.
They have
than
way more calls than Dorland does. Yes, absolutely.
itself.
Absolutely.
All right. So all I'm saying is if you cut down, you're gonna have to cut something. All right, because there's no way you can do the full time. We cannot afford $500,000.
So you set the level of service for this fire department.
Yeah.
You started off by saying wants, needs,
Yeah.
right? We need staff to do what you've set the level of service at.
So let me just, in
Go
the
ahead,
interest
go
of time. So to be blunt, Bill, and the chief and I talked about this, right? To walk in here, give me 4 firefighters. Okay. You're not going to get 4 firefighters where we are right now. What I wanted to do though, is I thought it would be irresponsible for, and we've had discussions around the chasing the ambulances, the false alarms, all this other kind of stuff. It'd be irresponsible for us as a team not to come forward to council and say, these are the pressures and this is what we think we should have, right? Barring everything else. So now council understands this, but just to walk away and say, well, they're not going to give us anything, so we're not going to tell them what it's like, would be irresponsible. So this is part of making sure we do that. The second thing we need to follow up is, and I forget the name of that actual bylaw, it's the NNR and R&E or whatever that one is, which.
Yeah, the establishing and regulating bylaw needs to be
ENR
reviewed.
bylaw, which is establishes, and I think best practice is that each council renews that bylaw, which says these are the services that your fire department provides. And then at that bylaw, you actually understand you're signing up to do it, which means you have to maintain those levels of service. So if you can't do it, then you just say, we're not going to do it to needs, wants, and desires, right? So that's a discussion we need to get into at another meeting.
Right, and just if I can follow up through the chair, just to the point about medical calls. So we have entered into, so we have a tiered response agreement with the county. We have no funding for medical responses, so they get provincial and federal dollars. They also get dollars from us kicked up. So I've just met with the new chief of EMS, and we're entering into discussions. And as we left the meeting, you know, the end result here is we have to recoup some of the costs. So that may be something that we enter into in January, is a cost recovery for chasing the ambulances, in your words. So.
Well, what other, I'm sorry. What other way? You've told me that chasing the ambulance, use that same phrase. So.
Oh, absolutely.
Don't put it, say it, I'm the bad guy.
I'm just agreeing with you, counselor. I'm just agreeing.
Yeah, so. It has to be brought back up. We set the level of service, so if that bylaw needs to be changed, then so be it.
We need to at least look at it, right, and make sure we've got positive eyes on it.
Exactly.
And it's probably overdue, looked at
Yeah.
anyway, so
Yeah.
we've got to look at it for sure,
Yeah.
for sure, so. Any other comments, questions? Councilor Pennell.
Through your worship, thank you. Chief, I just was wondering, is there a rule of thumb as to how many residents, as to what the typical full-time firefighters are?
1,000 residents per one full-time firefighter is the standard.
For one? Okay. Thank you.
So if you have 200,000, you'd have 200 full-time firefighters.
Anything further? Yep, go ahead, Mayor Calvin.
So while we're talking about the fire department here, I also understand we're probably in the need of a new ladder or a new ladder truck. Is that anywhere in here at all or?
Let me get this right. Sorry, through your worship. The standard is 20 years, frontline piece of apparatus can stay in. We have myself and Mr. Defoe and other members of the senior leadership team have looked at the ladder. We can push it at least 5 years out, as long as we do inspections on it once a year, non-destructive testing, which we've done this year is the first year to push it. So we've actually pushed it out, I believe, Pete, to 2027 in the new org fleet chart. So we know that it's going to cost over $2 million to replace. We're hoping by that time there's some other innovations out there that we may not need that big of a truck. But again, we've pushed it out another 4 years, 4.5 years. So.
Yeah, and all of that, the talks always, do we need that big of a truck? But a lot of people don't remember Gibber's 1975 was awful handy to have the 75-foot ladder truck then. Ladder trucks are irreplaceable for sure. I thought it was a 10-year, I'm sorry. That's why I brought it up because.
Some of our vehicles are 10, but our heavy fleet is 20 years.
Okay.
Yeah, through the standard. Yeah.
Seeing nothing else, moving on to ad hoc community funding requests.
So Paul, could I burn through these last two relatively quickly? So I just want to make sure this was on council's radar. We're going to put them in, we'll put them in somewhere in the budget so you can either keep them in or take them out. But remember, the Morningstar mission came and did a deputation. They were looking for $100,000. Seniors Outreach Services, they are funded and they have grants based on, I think, cash and or some in lieu services we provide them, but they were looking for some extra stuff. And there's some other things in there. We just listed them there as a matter of course. Most municipalities get community groups that come forth and ask for money. So I just want to make sure that they were in there as a service to those organizations and make sure that we did not forget them during budget time. And what we've told those folks is that if you're looking for money, you come through the budget cycle, and then it's up to council to decide what they want to do there. So that's that slide.
Questions, comments? And obviously, these are obviously still open for discussion.
Yes, absolutely.
In the not too distant future, so. Anything further? And the last slide is taxation.
I saved the
methodology.
best one for last. So we would like to change the tax structure. What happens right now is you get your utility, obviously, that you pay, and it's on a per use base. Only those people that use water and sewer pay. In your general funds, you raise, and correct me if I get any of these terms wrong, Paul. you raise a certain amount of money, you pay your operating costs, so that's your staff, your contracts, that, 20 odd million dollars. And in there, without your grants and all those other stuff from the province, you're trying to save money to pay for capital projects, and you're trying to put money away and build reserves. And what happens is normally most of our organizations, capital is a residual, whatever you got left over. And it's very hard to determine in your taxation methodology where your capital money goes. So you say to a resident, here's your tax bill. A bunch of it goes to paying staff, a bunch of it goes to pay this, and whatever we got left over, it goes to your capital. And we're not paving roads, we're not doing stuff. You saw Paul's chart in terms of if we stay on the same track, you're gonna run out of money. What we're proposing, and we don't have the numbers yet, and again, provoke discussion, is to come up, what is your general tax rate cost to run the organization on a daily basis, on an annual basis, do the core mandate stuff? So that's your general taxation. Then you get a second tax, and that's simply to pay for your capital requirements. So we put together what your buildings cost, what your fleet costs, what your roads cost, bridges, say this is your annual price that you have to pay over a 20-year period, and residents are taxed to pay for that. So I don't know, if your tax bill, my tax bill is $4,000, whether that means I pay $3,800 in general and I might pay $500 in capital. So you get an operating level and a capital levy. And what it allows you council to do is to very specifically target your taxation towards what seems to be the most important thing in most municipalities, roads and bridges and things people can touch, drive on, physical infrastructure. Do you have anything you want to add to that, Paul?
No, I think that completes it. And we'll just come back with some numbers to be able to kind of wrap that up and show council what that looks at. And this is not rocket science in the sense that it's nothing new. A lot of municipalities have switched to this methodology so that residents can see and see on their tax bill, this is the portion that I'm paying for the roads that I'm driving on. So therefore, it's a way that they can kind of get a hold of and understand to a higher degree, this is where my tax dollars are going. So it's better communication, better customer service.
There's also a few areas as well that we could probably make better use of, either special area levies. So when people say, well, I want this, but I don't want the entire municipality to pay for it, and it's important, well, we impose a levy based on where you live and the service that's
Local
provided.
improvement.
Pardon me?
Local improvement.
Yeah.
Or special area rate.
Or
same thing.
special area rate. So I think we need to get more into identifying where your money goes in your tax based on those specific items, as opposed to just a blanket tax rate. So they all agree to that one.
Any other comments and questions on it?
We're good.
Okay,
Mike's gonna punch you over here.
I think we had a motion at one point, didn't we?
We did.
Need to reread the motion, or are we good with it? Hey, we good with it, or want to hear it again? Well, I'll reread it. The council received for information the 2022 budget presentation dated the 20th of December 2022, and that further, that council provides comments and input to guide staff in preparing a more detailed budget for presentation in January, I think, in which we did. All in favor? No. Opposed? Carried. Bylaws. We're almost there.
Just. But for to provoke discussion, meetings be done at 10 o'clock. If I have to go ahead and go to a meeting on a Tuesday and get home on a Wednesday, all right, we got other problems. Either you have more meetings, but this is, yeah, this ain't happening ever again. I'm out of
Supposed to kick them.
We're getting there, Counselor Shank, we're getting there. Bylaws, and I think I know the answer to this question before we go, but we can do the bylaws by resolution, first reading, and have a conversation with these bylaws, or we can do the motion, first, second, third, carried. If we're good with that, yeah, perfect. First bylaw is 2022-0093. Give me a second here. To permanently close and convey an unopened municipal highway. Look for a motion. Counselor Shank, Counselor Hicks, read a first, second, and final time. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. And the second one is bylaw number 2022-0094 to deem part of a registered plan 60 not to be a registered plan of subdivision. We'll need a motion. Counselor Nori, seconded by Deputy Mayor Calver, read a first, second, and final reading. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. New business. I don't think there's any new business unless somebody's got some. Seeing none. Notice of motions. Do I see any notice of motions? Don't believe so. Statements by members. Do any members have any statements? Seeing none. Closed session. 14.1, adjourn to closed session pursuant to section 239 of the Municipal Act in order to discuss two matters related to the proposed disposition of land. Recommendation that council resolve itself into closed session in order to discuss two matters related to the proposed disposition of land, section 239, sub 2B. Motion. Am I going to move it? Counselor Pennell, seconded. Counselor Hicks, all in favor? Opposed? Carried. Perfect. 14.2, rise and report from closed session. Recommendation that council rise and report from closed session, and further that all recommendations made within closed session be hereby adopted. Counselor Pennell, Counselor Shank. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. I will report that in closed session, council approved and the closed session minutes of October 11th, 2022, and received information regarding 2 matters related to the proposed disposition of land, and gave direction to staff to bring additional reports forward in January of 2023. 15, forward calendar. There's a forward calendar on our agenda. I don't think we need to, if there's any questions or concerns, but it's actually just a good piece of information. So we've kind of got an idea what's moving forward. Go ahead, Councilor Pennell.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have one comment regarding that. It was really refreshing to see that. It was nice to see what's coming up in the short little future, and that I realized it's a working document stuff, but I was actually impressed to see that. So
Yeah,
thank you.
very, 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 very well said, and I appreciate that because it is. So it gives us what to look forward in the future. 16, confirm proceedings. A bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the council of the corporation of the town of Napanee. Mover, Counselor Shank, Counselor Hicks. All in favor? Opposed? That the bylaw of 2022-0095 being a bylaw to confirm proceedings of the council at the regular session held December 20th, 2022 be read a first, second, and finally passed, and that the mayor and the clerk sign the same and affix thereto the seal of the corporation. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Adjournment. Motion to adjourn. Counselor Hicks, Counselor Martin, all in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you very much for bearing with us.